industrial promotion of Japanese space industry at the JAXA. The purpose of today's presentation is space industry in Japan. First, my introduction. Oh. Yes, I participated in SSP 13 in Strasbourg 8 years ago. This photo was taken on a weekend trip to Switzerland during my busy schedule. So I think it is the best photo shot of SSP 13. At that time, I was involved in a project to develop microsatellites in the research and development department. So my background is as a satellite development engineer. Here, today's topic. First, I'd like to introduce JAXA's activities in the space industry. Next, I will introduce the new space companies in Japan, which are becoming more and more active every year. The Cabinet Office formulated the space industry vision in 2017. This is aiming to double the market size of space industry from current 1.2 trillion yen in the early 2030s through expanded role of private sector. Space industry in Japan was like the triangle on the left-hand side. When Japanese government ordered systems as a space development, prime constructor tackle it with their supplier. Almost space business in Japan was supported by government budget for a long time. In addition to this triangle, ecosystem including investors, non-space companies is formed nowadays. We would like to underpin the ecosystem to growth space business in Japan with technologies development. The scope of the research and development can be not only acquisition of technology, but also key factor for new business. So JAXA has many variety of activities. First, JAXA was 3 goals regarding space development in midterm plan by 2024. The first is to ensure national security of realized secure and safe society. The second one is to create the world's top-level outcome is in space science and exploration and maintain the improve our international presence. The last one is to expand space application and promote industry. The former space development in Japan focused on technology acquisition. We support the market growth with know-how, research, and development capability acquired so far. Next, the following are JAXA's 5 initiatives aimed at promoting industry. JAXA encourages DBJ to invest in space startups by providing support in the form of technical information to DBJ. DBJ is a development bank of Japan, a government-affiliated investment bank. As an example, in 2017, DBJ invested in iSpace, which aims to develop lunar resource. A small satellite market is very important element for future space activities. In Japan, many universities and companies are engaged in small satellite activities, and JAXA has been aggressively promoting the piggyback launch to provide opportunity for them. JAXA also provides opportunity for foreign agencies and universities by Japanese experimental module in ISS, yes, we call it GEM, to deploy small satellites from its airlock system. Next is business incubation. This is a program to provide the public player to start new business through the use of satellite data. JAXA does not financially support them, but provides satellite data and tools. Technology transfer is also being actively pursued. In a broader sense, rocket development is one of them, and H2A rocket technology has been transferred to Mitsubishi Heavy Industry, and the commercial launch have been carried out. And last one is JSpark. It's all about my business. First, please watch the image movie.
JSpark.
あれあれ Okay, JSpark is JAXA's new R&D program. In the past, industrial promotion just meant how to use developed technology and data of JAXA. In this program, private companies and JAXA work on the co-creation from the concept planning phase to accelerate commercialization. Going beyond the border industries, companies unrelated to the space industry are tapping a new market, such as entertainment with space technology. In addition, it is quite important to collaborate globally among private companies for expansion of space industry with variable application. Next topic is introduction of new space in Japan. Currently, there are 54 space startup companies in Japan. It is said that there are 204 in all of Asia. In addition, the domestic funding amount is $95 million. There are 92 companies that have entered the space industry from either larger domestic companies or companies in the other industries. This is the latest space industry map. Here are a few representative company from this list. First company it is. The first is Axel Space. They offer Axel Globe. Axel Globe is an Earth observation platform based on the constellation of optical microsatellites called GLOOS. As of 2021, 5 cruise satellites capture images of the whole world once every 3 days at a resolution of 2.5 meters, enough to distinguish core. Next one is this. Next is Canon Electronics. They have developed small satellites equipped with commercially available camera systems to capture optical images. Next is SAR. This is SAR satellites Synspective. They are satellite data provider and solution provider. They already offer 2 solution service, land displace monitoring service and fluid damage assessment service. Next also SAR. Yeah, next is also SAR satellite, IQPS. Their satellite has parabolic SAR antenna. 2 months ago, they released high-resolution SAR data like this. Currently, these 5 companies are competing in the field of small SAR satellite in the world, ISI and Capella Space, Space T, Synspective, and IQPS, I think. Next is C. Next, I will introduce the application business. First is Umitoron. Umitoron is a Singapore and Japan-based deep tech company whose aim is to solve worldwide food and environmental problems by empowering aquaculture through technology. Umitoron is founded by JAXA's alumnus. Next is Tenchijin. Tenchijin is a startup company that was established by JAXA employee with a dual job. They use satellite data to find land where the crop can grow effectively. Their first customer was J3. They have an MOU with Constellar, a startup company in Europe, you know. Next theme is entertainment. First is Air. Their mission to inspire people by man-made shooting stars. In 2023, commercial operation of man-made shooting star to start. It will be easier to understand if you watch the video. Oh, okay. 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 Next is this. Next is Sony, a company that everyone knows. The Sony Space Entertainment Project. The project was launched through the co-creation activity of Sony, the University of Tokyo, and JAXA under the framework of JSPARC. The goal is to remotely control Sony's camera equipment aboard a satellite to pan, tilt, roll, and zoom in space to take a picture of the Earth and space by yourself, to take timer picture by presetting the date, time, and the location information, and to take picture of dark scene using an image sensor with high sensitivity and wide dynamic range. Yeah, this camera is also Sony. The image movie is here. Oh.
宇宙から青い地球を眺める。宇宙から無数の星を見つめる。それは宇宙飛行士だけに許される特別な体験でした。私たちが挑戦するのはテクノロジーの力で宇宙の視点を人々に開放すること、そしてエンターテインメントの力で宇宙感動を見つめる。青い地球を眺める。宇宙から青い地球を眺める。宇宙から無数の星を見つめる。それは宇宙飛行士だけに許される特別な体験でした。私たちが挑戦するのはテクノロジーの力で宇宙の視点を人々に開放すること、そしてエンターテインメントの力で宇宙感動体験を世界に広めること。誰もが宇宙を思い、つながり合い、共に作り出す。宇宙の視点は人々の意識に変化をもたらし、豊かな思考や創造性を解き放つと信じています。ソニーが取り組む宇宙感動体験事業は、そんな地球人としての一体感をクリエイターへ、世界へ、そして未来を担う次の世代へ届けます。宇宙を開放する。
Caption is too slow. Sorry. Oh, next. Next theme is launch service. The first is Space One. Space One is launch service that use small rocket. A new launch site is under construction in Wakayama Prefecture. The goal is to launch 20 rockets per year in the mid-2020s. Do you know where is Wakayama? Wakayama is here. Here, they call the spaceport Key. Key's location name. JAXA's launch site are Tanegashima and Uchinora. You know. Next, there are 3 left. You know this is Astroscale. Astroscale provides on-orbit service for space debris removal by developing technology, establishing business models, and working with private companies, organizations, and government agencies to establish norm and best practice for the safe and sustainable space environment. EDSA-D was launched March 22nd, 2021. Next is iSpace. Their mission is to develop lunar resource. They have published a clear roadmap. The first mission, M1, will perform the soft landing on the moon. This will be the first privately led Japanese mission to land to the lunar surface. The M1 mission is planned for implementation in 2022. The video here.
The world is about to witness a surge of human activity on the moon. Within the next 10 years, there are already over 60 scheduled missions to the moon, plans to build a new space station in lunar orbit, and permanent facilities on the moon's surface, as well as unprecedented funding for commercial lunar exploration, all positioned to ignite a lunar economy. The European Space Agency, Canada, and Australia have announced record lunar exploration budgets, with each keen on industry collaboration. NASA in the United States has already set aside around $10 billion for commercial lunar services, and China aims to complete basic infrastructure for a $10 trillion Earth-Moon economic zone. Permanent human presence could generate economic activity, opening the moon up for business. Commercial contractors could compete for government bids worth tens of billions of dollars to build lunar infrastructure. And several companies, like iSpace, are developing lunar landers to provide both government and commercial customers with low-cost delivery of research instruments and building materials to the moon. iSpace plans to carry out frequent missions to bring small payloads to the moon to support the gradual development of large-scale lunar infrastructure over the next decade. But iSpace offers more than just transportation. We aim to mobilize the private sector. iSpace intends to perform as an orchestrator of the lunar ecosystem. We are developing a data-centric platform to support industry players with lunar market entry by building efficient, user-friendly mission planning tools and lunar data applications. Like a blueprint for lunar industry, customers can start with the basic framework to confirm efficient operations and mitigate risk. Over time, our tools can be enriched with our mission data and applied to virtual simulations to understand how structures perform against environmental factors. Using our program, you can have the freedom to create in an undefined world. We've labeled this endeavor Blueprint Moon. Under this platform, companies can use our services to both design and deliver their business to the moon. Opportunities exist for any industry to develop a blueprint for the moon, and there are already several early adopters. Manufacturers are developing batteries and fuel cells to provide energy solutions for lunar industry. Telecom firms plan to capitalize on bandwidth demand by deploying lunar satellite networks. Automotive companies are supporting the structural analysis and design of lunar vehicles. And engineering companies are exploring new technologies to produce propellant by extracting oxygen and hydrogen trapped in lunar minerals and ice. Humans have always expanded their domain. Harnessing the spirit that moved us across the globe, we enter a new age of exploration. Now is the time to make your blueprint for the moon.
Yeah, thank you. Next is last one. Last one is the biggest company in Japan, Toyota. This is Lunar Cruiser. So man-made manned pressured rover under joint research between Toyota and JAXA. It aimed to launch in the late 2020s. You can see this is Japanese toy. JAXA. Okay, also video is here. Okay. Next, so we also recently start space business idea contest, which I'd like to introduce. This is we call S Booster.
Put the most advanced space technology into your hands. Apply satellite data. We can help realize your dream. You can polish your business ideas together with experts who will provide the strong backup you need for success. S-Booster is hosted by the Cabinet Office of Japan with the support of JAXA and others. Startups from Japan, Asia, and Oceania compete against each other. You can be the next winner. Space is no longer far away. Draw closer to and pioneer a new business area.
宇宙と今まであまり接点がなかった分野の方々がどんどんと宇宙産業に入ってきてほしいですね。
S-Booster will accelerate the realization of your dream.
Okay. And one more thing. This is actually last one. So to boost the space industry, JAXA and the TV station are collaborating to produce the YouTube program to introduce new space startup and new activities. The protagonist is a young man who dreamed of space development and took the JAXA employment test, but was unsuccessful, and now working at the TV station. The program invites guests who are taking on the challenge of space development, and by getting the latest information on space, he studied and tried to get the job at JAXA. Almost all of the new space introduced today have already performed. Please watch a little bit.
JAXA に転職したい。この番組は BS 日テレの局員である僕牧田博之がさまざまなゲストの皆さんから宇宙に関する最新情報を入手、たくさんの知識を積み重ねて毎日勉強しながら JAXA への転職を試みる番組です。皆さんこんにちは。 BS 日テレの牧田博之です。本日はこちらのお二人をお招きしました。
はい、ご無沙汰してます。お久しぶりです、牧田君。
お久しぶりです。
辻平光一と申します。新事業促進部で今民間競争プログラムであるJSPARKに取り組んでいまして、今日So I'm a YouTuber in Japan. Yes, thank you very much. That's all. Thank you very much. Thank you for your attention.
That was a lot of fun. Thank you very much. Those are terrific videos. I've been admiring the Toyota truck. Can you pull the car up again? Yeah, that's honestly, yeah. I have a collection of toys up here in the corner. That's one I'd like to have. That one's really neat. And the work that Sony is doing is amazing. It's fantastic that there's kind of a pop culture element to it in the television show. That's amazing stuff to kind of see it evolving here. I'd like you to go a little further into JSPARK, a little bit more about your role and what JSPARK is kind of trying to accomplish. And then I'd also like to talk a little bit more about the national bank that is investing into this process, because I think both of those are a really important part of the ecosystem. So tell me about JSPARK a little bit more.
Yeah. So my role in JSPARK is develop satellite or using satellite data. So another person watch the industry of on-orbit service or lunar resource or rocket or entertainment or space food and disaster management. So a lot of company joined JSPAC. Now we do the 30 project and more now working with JAXA and a lot of another company.
You said 30 companies are in development or in
30
partnership?
activities.
Okay.
Yeah, 30 activities. Yeah.
I know only a portion of them are going to the moon, but how many are lunar focused versus LEO?
So iSpace to plan 2022 first 22 first try, but it's I don't know, so it's actual. Sorry, but yeah, that they planned 2022, I think.
Okay. And then describe how the national bank's involvement kind of changes things because the United States doesn't really have a national bank system, so we don't have that tool available. So tell us about that a little bit.
Sorry, how many?
No, you mentioned a federal bank that was involved in the financing process for some of these companies. Can you describe that a little bit more?
Once again? Sorry.
I think it's SJB, NJB?
DBJ.
DBJ. Sorry. Okay. Yes. Please describe that a little further.
So the DBJ want to invest a new space in Japan, but which company is good or weak or strong, they don't know. So JAXA's explain the companies strongly and feature. So JAXA cannot invest company cannot. So it's just the agency. So
right.
Yeah, DBJ or some bank invest space. So Japanese iSpace is so many fund. So many was funded from DBJ. Yeah. But they cannot moon. They cannot go moon now. So that's a lot of funding. It's a little bit strange situation, I think.
Great. I'm going to bring on your moderator.
Kenta-san.
Kenta, yeah. Let's go ahead and bring in Kenta.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. This is Kenta Maruyama speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes,
okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for introducing me. I'm a executive director of Japan Alumni Society for the ISU in Japan, and I'm also have experience for the SSP07 in Beijing, China, when I was a student of the master grade. And I'm now also working in JAXA with same as Mr. Fujihira. And I'm now working for the Earth observation satellite development. And first of all, I would like to thank you for ISU people to have the opportunity to introduce our JAXA activities. And also, I would like to thank you, Mr. Fujihira, to be a speaker for today's session and to introduce the many Japanese industry in Japan. And if I may, I would like to ask to Mr. Fujihira for the question to your session. I think your session, your how to say, your directorate in JAXA is relatively very unique in JAXA and in Japan, and we have many experience to work with the new space company. A new space company in JAXA is a very how to say interdisciplinary and intercultural companies in JAXA in Japan, and I would like to ask you how to moderate and what is the difficulties for your experience to work with many companies?
So, uh, in some project, the university is also involved the co-creation team. Also Sony project, Sony and University of Tokyo and JAXA. So I think the most difficult point in cooperation between companies and the university is intercultural property right. I think I have impression that it take a lot of time to come to term with this. I think. So this is
Thank you very much.
difficult.
I easily get it. Yeah, understand. Okay, and I'd like one more question. You already introduced the many companies for new space in Japan, and my question is, what do you think for the near future or more future for the new space in Japan?
So Japan's new space, a lot of variety company in Japan there are, I think. But so I think the feature of Japan's new space are on-orbit service and entertainment. It's very strong feature, I think. So in today's presentation, I introduced the Astroscale and Air and Sony. So each of them is aiming to future full of originality, and I look forward to their growth, I think. So entertainment and on-orbit service, I think.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, then I'd like to open to the question for the public. So if someone have a question to Mr. Fujihira, please ask for him. Is there any question? Thank you for that. So first question is, can people from any country participate in the competition? Just with foreign companies? So what are the area I can do it? So Mr. Fujihira, could you see the questions in the screen?
Yeah. So now, just we started the JSPAC. So I'm sorry, it's only Japanese company now. So, so JAXA. So it is Japan only, but Japanese company, some abroad company have Japanese branch, so it's okay, I think. But now only Japanese company we do together.
Okay, so move to the next questions. Realistic space game. Interesting questions. So do you know something for the space games?
So we will be. Game. Game. So some company do challenge metaverse with space technology, I think. So it's I don't know it's game or not, but like なんだっけlike metaverse game. So in the future, some company offer a game metaverse with space, I think. なんだっけ I
Thank you.
forgot the I forgot the name, game's name. 有名なやつ。Sorry.
Sorry, I have no idea about it.
Also,
Okay,
but
maybe-
Sony's project do the game or so on, I think.
There is the example for the same city for the moon or Earth, Mars.
これか。What is latest food? No? 違う。
Yeah, maybe the bracket with second two is the example for the game. Is the same city. But if yeah, I don't know you have any information or
Yeah, sorry. I have no information. Sorry.
okay, understand. And I think there is one more question for the space food. Maybe could you show again for the host of ISU?
So JSpark's one activity is for space food. Space food space food sphere. Space food sphere to try Japanese community for space food. So now we try to make the space food with all, not only a space company, just a food company or that's food company in space into space industry. I think.
Okay, thank you. And is there any more questions to Mr. Fujihira? So if no other questions, I would like to thank you, Mr. Fujihira, for your presentation, and I would like to close this session. Thank you for everyone to hear the Mr. Fujihira's session.
Thank you very much. Sorry, my English is poor. I'm sorry. Thank you very much.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, so I would like to back for the moderator, Mr. I don't know, Mr. Michael. Sorry.
Hi, sorry about that. I got pulled into the green room to do some coordinating. Just to let everybody know, we are the schedule is a little bit off. One of our earlier speakers is having some problems, so they are not with us just yet. So our programming is a little complicated, and we are trying to solve this on the fly. So I want to thank both of our guests a moment ago, Koichi and Kenta. Thank you very much for one great presentation. It was really interesting. But two, also being flexible and modifying your speaking times. That was very helpful.
Thank you very much.
We are still kind of in tap dance mode. I love that thing. I don't know where you get that, but is Toyota selling that thing?
Yeah, Japanese.
Yeah.
Toy?
Okay. I'm gonna look at it. I mean, it's goofy. I'm not going to go crazy here, but my office has a lot of artifacts, right? Like I have a bunch of giraffes up here. That's our company logo. Is our mascot is a bunch of giraffes, and then a bunch of I have a bunch of toys. I have toys all over my office, just absolutely everywhere. I have like 6 on my desk right here. So I have the original Wright Flyer. So
Cool.
yeah. So I have a lot of those like small artifacts. So I'm gonna look that one up. I think that one looks really fun. All right. Okay. We are still in tap dance mode. So we're trying to stretch out to allow our other speakers to join. We have our moderator for the next one, but we don't have our next speaker because we're an hour early. We are an hour early off schedule right now. So I don't expect our other speakers to be here just yet. So what I'd like to do to kind of kill a little bit of time is go back to the question I asked a little while ago. How did you get here? Right. This is a unique family in the space world. It's a unique program anywhere in the world. And I'm just curious, how did you get here? How did you choose ISU? How did you decide that ISU was the place you wanted to go? Was it useful? I mean, let's face it, not every program is always useful to every person. So I'd like to know a little bit about who y'all are and what you're doing here. So the screens are open. You can go ahead and just unmute yourself. And I would just like to know who you are a little bit. Okay, this is awkward silence. Come on, somebody join.
All the participants, it's an open discussion right now, so please go ahead, unmute yourselves, and let's have a conversation for a bit. Anyone?
My name is Michael-san. How are you?
Okay.
Well, this is Toshi from Brisbane. Yeah. I was in ESC 21 AP, and I had your class.
Yeah, I remember.
Session. So yeah, good to see you here also.
Good to see you. And, we're getting ready for the next executive space course right now. I've had about 10 emails about it in the last week. So yeah, it's a fun program. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah. As for your question, I'm totally not related to space industry at all. Like in the past, and the ESC gave me opportunity to learn. I mean, the way I get into it is actually I've done the permaculture here in Australia. So the idea is to be sustainable for how to use our resource better and etc. And my thought process is space would be the ultimate place to utilize resource, like self-sustainable and all the energies. Then I found out JASI in Japan, and the Cross-san was doing the presentation there about his experience about SSP and the ESC. Then I decided to come and join. That's how I started.
Terrific. You know, there's I think it's in Adelaide. There's a pretty quickly growing company called Space Industries that started out. He's now on his 3rd company. His first 2 companies were minerals and extraction in Australia. And then he decided the same thing you just decided, that space has a pretty unlimited minerals and extraction potential. So I'll put a link to him. The guy's name is Joshua Lecter. I'll give me 10 seconds and I'll pull up his LinkedIn profile. He's a pretty interesting cat. So, you know, he's in your backyard, and he kind of proves that Australia can do a lot of really interesting things in the space sector if they just decide that they want to. Let me just, I'll post. This is going to everybody, but here you go. That's Joshua Lecter, and he's doing some pretty interesting resource extraction development. He's got a pretty big set of equipment to start harvesting lunar resources. So yeah, there you go. Well, great. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. I know that ESC, a lot of the people on this call did not go through the ESC. So talk a little bit about the ESC, because there are far fewer have gone through the ESC than the other programs. By the way, I love your background, obviously.
Yeah, I remember the conversation because you mentioned about that you are into space elevator. That's the passion there, isn't it? And the background is about space train, actually.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've been like brainwashed since I was quite small, actually. So this is very exciting to see all this movement. It's really started to happen. And far in Australia, lots of activity. I've joined some of the small conference, and just hearing what they're looking at the moment is really space mining. We got lots of companies here like a BHP and Rio Tinto, and those companies already utilizing automation system for mining. So what they're believing is they can utilize those systems straight away into moon mine and other areas. So it's happening.
It's happening. It feels good, right? I mean, there was literal science fiction for decades is actually starting to happen now. That feels really good. Well, terrific. By the way, I'm actually giving a lunar elevator talk on Sundays, so I think the time zone doesn't work for you very well, but we're capturing it so you can watch it afterwards. I think you'll be asleep when I'm talking about it.
Yeah, that's another thing. So before I joined the ESC, I thought the time difference, everything's down online, and it's going to be quite difficult to deal with. Then I found this ESC just now, earlier in May. It was in China Standard Time Zone. So it worked out pretty good. But whereas only one person, Natosh-san from South Africa Space Agency, he was joining from South Africa, and that must have been very difficult for him because it's totally opposite time. But for us, it was easier. And back to your question earlier about ESC, to be honest, everyone went to, many people been to SSP and other courses, and ESC is really great introduction, I think. And great to join this community here, but I got the feeling that I'm a little bit really just a beginner to be. I feel privileged to be here, but I'm totally not from the space industry. So
we are happy to have you. That's what we do here at ISU, is we enlarge the field. So good to have you. Good to have you. Thank you. Does anybody else want to talk about their ISU experiences? What program did you take? Why did you take it? Was it helpful? Was it harmful? I don't know it would be harmful, but was it helpful? Like I said, we're trying to kill a little bit of time while we wrestle with our speakers. And if I could get somebody from the operations team to contact our next speakers and see if they can come in a little bit early, that would be very helpful. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think Sucheshna or Brendan wanted to go next. So if they are still here.
Terrific. Are they ready?
Hi, I think we already spoke sometime before. Suprabha, you were not there, I guess. Yeah.
Long night, dear. Don't worry. Trying to keep up.
Yeah. So yeah, again, so I'm right now in SSP 21 online, and it has been a great experience so far. I'm looking to connect with more folks, and yeah, totally like feels really good as an ISU family, and it's just overwhelming. So much information, so amazing. I love it.
How did you make your decisions? Right, you're brand new to the program. It's not an inexpensive program. How did you decide that this is where you want to invest your time, your capital? What led you to the process?
So honestly, I'm a huge space fan since childhood, and I never knew ISU. I was not exposed to ISU, but from some years, like couple years, I have been seeing on social media about ISU, and I was pretty interested about what is the program about. And I have been transitioning my career from being a biotechnologist to space health section. So I was looking to have a program that would give me all over insights in space, and I could choose which area to go to and finalize. So that's how I came into ISU, and definitely then I went and attended those sessions where they give information about ISU. So yeah, and I was lucky enough to get in. So
Good. Have you? I know that Grant Anderson is either on his way to Grenada or is already there. Have you encountered Grant Anderson? Do you know the name yet?
no, I haven't.
All right. When you talk about a background in biotech, are you? Do you know the phrase ECLS, environmental control and life support systems?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, all right. I mean, I don't know what your level is, so I don't mean to talk down to anybody. So this guy is an again. I'm just going to post his. This is to everybody who's interested in ECLS. Grant Anderson is an old school ISUer. I think he was in class like 1989 or 1990. Like he was one of the earliest classes. Very, very sincerely, Grant and his team at Paragon might be some of the best ECLS people maybe in the world. And he is coming to ISU. He is going to be an instructor in a couple days, or he's already there, or he'll be there soon. Like I don't know what his schedule is, but I know he's on his way. So you definitely want to make the effort to go say hi to him. By the way, he hires a bunch of ISUers. So if that's something you're interested in, just kind of sharing that little tidbit. Their team at Paragon, if I've got the numbers right, have over 22 flown in space ECLS missions. Everything from ISS to everything else. I think they have some experiments for biomarkers on Mars right now. They have some pretty interesting stuff, and that's their niche is environmental controls and life support. So. Yeah, he's on his way. Make sure you go up and say hi to him and tell him Michael says hi.
Sure. And I just saw your car is on eBay. I can send it to you. The JAXA Toyota car. I was just.
Thank you. Good. All right. Our speakers are not here. So we are going to continue with just a little bit of chit chat. We're going to try and get back on schedule. Has anybody located our next speakers? I don't know if they are here yet or not. I'm trying to be a host and I can't look at the screen.
The moderator is here, Feng Lei, but I don't know if he can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Do you know the other speaker? Do you have their contact information? Can you reach them and see if they are able to speak sooner?
11 o'clock Beijing time.
Yeah, we have a missing speaker that threw our schedule off. So if there's a chance that your friend can join us sooner, that would be helpful. Otherwise, I'm just going to continue tap dancing and killing another 40 minutes until he's able to join us.
Yeah, I will check. I think the first speaker, Director Jiang, she's not in the group now.
She's not. No.
I can contact her to confirm
if she's available. No, we don't want to pressure anybody inappropriately, but if she's available, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Maybe she makes the preparation from 11 o'clock, 40 minutes later.
Right. Okay. Well, we will keep this conversation with the community going until they are able to join us. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, who else is next? Who wants to step into the limelight and have a conversation about their experiences with their school?
Well, all the participants, why don't we just, like, if you don't mind, switch on your videos and just start the open conversation. Everyone, if it's not early morning or late night for you.
I'll tell you, y'all, it's I'm in the Seattle area, Washington State, USA, and we are having an uncommonly hot summer. It is 88 degrees Fahrenheit and 31 degrees Celsius. My office is in a 110-year-old building, so there's no air conditioning, and I feel like I am on fire wearing a coat today. So it's quite uncomfortable.
Okay, a couple of people have switched on the videos. Thank you. The others can also join us, switch on the videos, and let's have an open discussion. It's a free session right now, so let's do some networking, everyone. Yeah. Let's go around the table. Miyuki.
Hello.
How are you? Where are you joining us from?
Hi, my name is Miyuki Sohara. I live in Los Angeles, California. Then I took the ISU class the last fall. Then only 1 week, but I'm not a space industry person, first of all. Then I have a long time career for the media, then TV and the radio disc jockey and the TV host in Japan, New York and Los Angeles. Also, I'm an actor as well. Then currently, many industry people interested in about the space industry. Also, my friends who was last space shuttle astronaut, her name is Yamazaki Naoko Yamasaki. She is my friend. Then when she visited to Los Angeles, that time we worked together about the space balloon project together. Then my husband was, he worked to Boeing before, then he was a rocket engineer, then he was a main engineer for the space shuttle. Also, he involved to the STS Starliner. Today in America, it was launched. It was scheduled to launch, but they delayed to next week. Then that's why my friends, I'm not a space industry person, but my friends is many space industry people. That's why I'm thinking about I want to reporting to about the space someday. Then I really interested in about I want to go to the space someday, space tourism also something like that. Then many my friends involved to the like a SpaceX project or Blue Origin project or some another space project. So that's why I was thinking if I make a spaceport in my hometown, then I can fly to only like under 1 hour from Los Angeles to Japan. So that's why it's really like a regular person's think, but if that kind of thing is more developed to the many people, it's wonderful. That's why I choosing to the space international space university class for about the executive course, because I knew that several people of the some Japanese people. So if we more develop to the this area, so maybe many people interested about that. Then I want to movement to about that. Also, I have 2 kids. Then when my son was 5 years old, he wanna be an astronaut. So that's why I was a lot of researching the school and the STEM and something like that. So that's why, yeah, as a mother, I have several knowledge. So that's why I want to more into the space education area. Then someday I want to make like a space school in Japan. That's my reason to taking this class.
You had talked during the executive space course about using your arts and media background to kind of share, like to make space more accessible to more people. Have you made any progress on that? Is that something you're working on now?
Yeah, I have a planning to next project about the space. Then first of all, I have a planning to space international space film festival someday. Then I'm asking to my friends in Hollywood and Japan now, but this university is worldwide, many space agency people and many country people together. So if I finish my proposal, I want to introduce about that. Then I want to asking to many people to join the International Space Film Festival. Also, 2015, I made a paper crane short film. Then that's when I
introduced a what in 2015? What did you make?
2015, I made a paper crane film. That time is I was introduced Japanese astronaut Naoko Yamasaki. She made a paper crane in the space shuttle Then that's space crane donated to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That time when my film was showing at the Hiroshima International Film Festival. So that's why I'm thinking, oh, I want to make a space crane music film, something like that.
That's
so
neat.
Then I will be starting to the space crane project coming soon. Then my Japanese partner who has a business in Japan, she is making the new satellite now. Then my project, my member making the 1,000 paper crane now. Then we will launch the rocket launch next spring by SpaceX Falcon 9. Then I want to more spirit out that idea to more people. Then if someone interested in that, then please contact me. Then we want to, rocket launch next spring. That's the current my project.
Terrific. Feel free to post your LinkedIn connection. It's your digital business card in the channel, right? Anybody should feel comfortable in doing that to this community.
Okay.
Yeah. Does anybody else want to talk about their experiences with ISU?
I think we have Erin over here.
You're in the hot seat, Aaron.
Hello.
Hi.
So I was a participant at SSP 19, and
where was that? Which was that Ireland? No.
Oh, that was in Strasbourg.
Strasbourg. Okay.
And well, here's an interesting little story. So I guess one of the ways that I got there was I build these beach cleaning robots, and it's an entirely 3D printed robot. But the design that I based it off of was the Team Hakuto X Prize robot.
Okay.
And so that was one of the Lunar X Prize rovers from Japan. And I didn't really know that much. So I was like, this is a really cool rover design. Let's base ours off of theirs. And at SSP 19, we actually had a field trip in the space applications department to visit iSpace in Luxembourg. And guess what? There was the Team Hakuto rover there, and I got to see the robot that sort of inspired all of this. So yeah, that was super cool. I'm a big fan of their robot. So yeah.
Right on. I'm going to come back to you, Aaron, at some point, but our next speaker is here. So we're going to try and get this program a little bit closer back on track. Thank you for coming in a little bit early. We are missing a speaker, so we've been tap dancing a little bit, trying to kill a little bit of time. Are you able to come on screen?
Michael,
Yeah.
if I may suggest, if you could just join them quickly and check a few things in the breakout room, and we could have a quick break over here in the meanwhile.
Okay.
Because I think one more speaker is left to join us, Dr. Shen Liang. So if you could just communicate that and see if we have both the speakers here in the breakout room. Yeah.
All right, Fabio, can you bring them into the green room? Thank you.
May I request Feng Lei and Jiang Huo to kindly join the breakout rooms?
Yes, please.
Hello, Jiang Hui. Could you please join the breakout room? Thank you. So we're gonna have a few minutes of break, everyone. So just relax and maybe grab a cup of tea, coffee, or maybe lunch, dinner, whatever timing it is for you. And we'll be resuming back shortly. Thank you very much. So I hope everyone enjoyed the small quick break. We are about to resume our session in 60 seconds. So thank you very much for staying with us during the break and enjoying the break.
Okay, are y'all ready to go? Go ahead and start your videos, and I'm going to I'm gonna close out my video and my audio. And if you could introduce yourselves, please, and hopefully Lan Chen also joins us. But we're gonna go ahead and get started. Okay. Go ahead and get started. Just please introduce yourself when you begin. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jiang Hui from China National. Yeah, it is my turn.
Yes.
So can I continue?
Yes, please.
Okay. I am Jiang Hui from China National Space Administration, and I'm in charge of international cooperation in my administration. And in fact, I have involved in the space industry for more than 10 years. And after that, I have a chance to go to the company and dealing with the space import and export. And then in 2011, I entered China National Space Administration and in charge of space cooperation. So in fact, I stayed in the position for 10 years. I'm very familiar with bilateral and multilateral cooperation in China. I have tried to establish partnership with other countries, and I'm very I just to be the main participants in the UN platform. In fact, I have led this long-term sustainability long-term sustainability guidelines or consultation on behalf of China government. So I think if you want to learn about China space, maybe I hope that I can give you some story, give you a big picture. So I think this is very general introduction for myself. So maybe I give you our presentation is about China space activities, and I will can you see my screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and I have prepared the presentation is about China space policy of China, and here is my contact information. If you are interested in China activities, you can keep in touch with me. And today I will give you introduction, including 3 parts. First, I give you our introduction about CNSA, and then we will give you a detailed some pictures about China's space policy and activities. The last part is about our China Space Corporation. First, what is China Space Administration? Yes, that is a Chinese space agency. And this is a government agency. We are in charge of China's civil space activities. and international corporations and perform corresponding functions of administration. Here is our functions. We just formulate national space policies, laws, and regulations. And we also formulate national space development plans and the program. These two parts is very important. They will give some the direction of China's space development. And then if we have some of the program in our development plans, we also organize and implement major national space projects and programs. And we are all responsible for conceptual studies, examination, and approval, and implementation and supervision of civilian space projects. And to manage international space exchange and cooperation, and participant in the related international organizations and activities on behalf of China government. Here is our composition. And in fact, in this part, we just, is administration and the department. And there have some center under the CNSA, they just provide some support. And we also have some Aerospace Corporation. They are the main player for our space manufacturing and space activities. And the second part is about China's space policy and activities. And in China, the white paper is published our China space policy. And this is the white paper started from 2000. And by now we have the four visions. And in general, in the white paper, we have several parts, include the purpose and the visions for China's space development. We will give you the principal developments, and we will just to public our major developments and the major task. And there is very important that we will introduce about our international cooperation. We will also to public policy and matters. In fact, this year, 2021, we will public the 5th one. So I think by the end of this year, you will have a new version, and there are some new policy will be published in the later of this year. And my presentation just based on the 2016's white paper. Okay, here is about our principle of development. And you can see from the last four visions, we have just a different describe for our principle development. And in fact, China, with the development of China space, we just keep very open and very update, innovative. And we just think this four is our core vision. Innovative, coordinated, peaceful, and open is very important for our space development. And on the right column is about our international exchange and cooperation basis. At the very beginning, and you can see the equality and the mutual benefit is just to keep in this the policy. And in fact, in the last the white paper we just mentioned, we just change a little from the common development to inclusive development, which I think different countries have different development stage. So we should respect their development stage. So we just change the cooperation policy. That is, we hope that we can inclusive development. So this is our the policy in China space. This is our China space activity purpose. And in fact, this is in 2016, we mentioned what we will do. And we hope that we can enhance an understanding of Earth and the cosmos, benefit the whole of mankind to meet the demands and economic development, scientific and technological development, national security, and social progress, to improve the scientific and cultural knowledge and build up its national comprehensive strength. And by now, we are standing in 2021. So when we look back, what we have done in the past 5 years, in fact, in general, we just fulfill our view in the past 5 years. And here is about our China Space Principle. I have mentioned before, they are innovative, coordinated, useful, and open is very important for Chinese space development. When we discuss a new program, we must to ask ourselves, what can be benefit for innovative development, what's the benefit for our coordinated development, and peaceful development and open development. So these 4 pillars just to support our support to choose a good program for space development. And here is about the policy and the morals. And I think I don't want to read word by word, but this is past 5 years. Okay, here is introduce about China's space activity. And in general, in the past, we also to say that there are 3 milestones in the history of space development. The Dongfang Hong-1 is the first satellite launched by China in 1970. April 21st, you know, April 21st is China's Space Day, and this the Space Day is decided in 2016. So this April 21st is very special for China's space community. We think we are starting to enter the space. So this is a very important milestone. And the Shenzhou 5 space shift is our the second milestone that the Chinese people just fly into the space. And the lunar exploration and our, you know, in fact, by now we have finished our lunar exploration program strategy, and I will give you some details for this later. Here we have just listed some space highlights. You know, I mentioned is 1970, April 21st is Dongfang Hong-1 satellite, and 23 and October 15th, our Shenzhou 5 have sent the first space astronaut into space. And there is from 2007, we started to build our Beidou navigation system. And 2007, our Chang'e 1 launched into orbit to start our lunar exploration routine. And here is a very new, it's not new, in fact, here is a Gaofen 1, is a high resolution Earth observation system. We were started from 2016. And from 2016, we can start to establish our Tiangong, our space station, and this is space station module. And 2019, we start our Chang'e 4 and soft landing in the far side of the moon. And you know, in fact, from this Chang'e 4 mission, we start the new stage for our lunar exploration. I will give you some details later. And 2020 and 7, last year, we launched our Mars mission Tianwen 1. And in fact, our Zhurong, the Mars Mars probe have landed on the Mars in this year. Okay, I would like to say, if you have a chance to visit China, and you were to say that we are very good system for the space development, and this is We can have research, design, production, test. So it's a full capability from development to system production. And in fact, in the past years, we have invited some foreign delegation to visit our space facilities. And you will see and what we can do, and we hope that these facilities can benefit for the other countries' space development. Here is about our space transportation system, and I have listed 300 launching activities. There is some number, maybe give you the impression of development. The first 100 long march launches, we just use 37 years. And the second 100 March launches, we only use 7 years. And the third one, we use 4 years. And I remember from then on, there the launching activity is almost more than 360. I'm not sure, I should to check the exact number. So that means there is more opportunities to provide other countries because we have so many launching activities. Here is about our space launching site. In fact, you will see some of the rockets. That means this is a launching site. And here is our this telescope. That means this is our TT&C system. And we have 4 launching sites located in Taiyuan, in Jiuquan, in Xichang, and in Wenchang launching site. Wenchang launching site is the newest one. They just to fulfill our the space station construction and lunar exploration and Mars exploration. So in the near future, and they will have the more activities there. And we have our own, the TT&C system. And sometimes, I would like to mention, in 2019, we have realized the sea launch. And so in the future, we can provide a flexible option for international partners. That means we can provide a good service for the international user. And here is about our China space infrastructure. In fact, China has a very full schedule, the satellite, and we have a communication and broadcasting satellite, navigation satellite, remote sensing satellite, and space science satellite. And here is about our China telecom satellite. And in fact, China boasts sufficient satellite transponders resources, which cover the entire territory of China, Asia Pacific region, Middle East, Australia, Europe, and Africa. And you can see there our telecommunication satellite name is ChinaSat. So you can see ChinaSat 1, 2, 3, 4. And their Hypersat is this satellite is belong to our Asia Pacific company located in Hong Kong. Here is about space Earth observation system. And we have multi-level Earth observation system application and service system. More than 60 Earth observations will be launched in the coming 10 years. In fact, in 2016, we have published our China Space Facilities Plan, just to mention our future strategy to develop. And in fact, for the Earth observation, we have included land observation and ocean observation and atmosphere observation. And this picture is a little old because some satellites have been launched in the past year. So maybe next time I should update the email. Here is about our remote sensing satellite. here we just, when you see the GF, is a Chinese name Gaofen satellite. That means a high resolution satellite. And this data have broadly used by 16 government departments in over 20 industries, including agriculture, land and resources, water resources, environment protection, marine, and so on. In fact, in order to promote the application of the satellite, we just established some the demonstration center for different the province of China and different the industry. And we just hope we can provide some solution for them to use the satellite data. Now the data have been used for the Belt and Road country and international cooperation. And in 2019, when we participated this GEO session, and we announced to open a 16-meter resolution satellite data sources and to the international community. And in fact, we just keep to update this data in this platform. And this is about our Beidou navigation system. And in the following, you found the Chinese people like the number 3, because we have Beidou navigation have 3 stages. And so from step 1 to 3, now the 3 steps have been finished. And now we can provide the international service. And so maybe I'm not sure where you come from. Maybe you can guide the signal from the Beidou navigation satellite. There is an app in the mobile phone. Then you can find how many satellites above your sky, and to provide the navigation service. Here is some introduction about our space science and space technology satellite. We have launched the dark matter parcel detection satellite, 10 microgravity recovery satellite, and the quantum satellite Mozi, and hard X-ray module telescope. And in fact, in recent year, we have demonstrated some space science missions. We just hope in the near future we can cooperate with other countries to explore the cosmos mystery. And in fact, now we just cooperate with ESA. There is a solar monitoring satellite SMILE system, and we have we cooperate with CANES. We are working on the swarm on space astronomy. In fact, this is not to be launched in 2021 because of this COVID-19, and this launch have been postponed. Maybe in 2022 or 2023. The scientists are discussing about this the procedure and the time. I'm not sure. And there is about this magnetosphere, ionosphere, terrestrial, topo small satellite constellation are under initial research. Yeah, here is our manned space program. Now we have 3 steps. The first 2 have finished, and we are doing this part. In fact, from this year and the next 2 years, we will just almost 11 launching activities, and to construct our China space station. Yeah, there is some update. This picture just mentioned about we cooperate with the United Nations, and we have public some cooperation program where the UNWUSA platform, and we have choose some testing scientific test in the China space station in the near future. Okay, here is our lunar exploration. We also have 3 steps: orbiting, landing, and sample return. And Chang'e 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, here is only 4 missions. And in fact, before the Chang'e 5, we have our test mission. We have just called as the relay and test mission to prepare for this Chang'e 5 sample returning. And here is the Chang'e 4 is mission there. Yes, because you know Chang'e 4 is the spare for the Chang'e 3. Because we have a good perform for the Chang'e 3, so we just change the Chang'e 4's mission. And so in fact, we have just to change the landing site. With the Chang'e 4 is landing on the far side. And so you can see here, this one in 2018 is launched Chang'e 4. And in fact, I remember it's early of 2019, the Chang'e 4 is soft landed on the far side of the moon. So this mission start the 4th step. And so, yeah, you know, we can have Chang'e 6, Chang'e 7, and Chang'e 8. And this is just under development. And in fact, we have public our Chang'e 6 cooperation opportunity in 2019. We have received some the international cooperation solution from more than 20 countries. And now this selection is undergoing. So in the near future, when we decided this is the state of this the mission, we will public our cooperation partner. And here is mentioned our lunar research station. And in fact, this lunar station will be changing into the International Lunar Research Station. We will cooperate with Russian Federation. We will start our very new space program. Here is about our deep space exploration. And we start our Mars mission from 2020. And this year, in the middle of this year, we just launched on the Mars successfully. And we have started our asteroid exploration program. We also public the opportunity for cooperation for asteroid exploration. And this selection is on the way. And in the near future, we also hope that we will have some of the Mars sampling. And the Jupiter and its system study is in the demonstration. So we hope that in the near future, we have some more exploration program to welcome the international community to join us to explore this the cosmos. Here is about our civil space infrastructure. I have mentioned before that in 2016, we published this civil space infrastructure plan. And that means we will combine space system, including remote sensing satellite, communication satellite, and navigation satellite. They'll just provide the space system and we connect to our ground system. And we will focus on the application. So here, in order to develop our space infrastructure, we were supporting facilities, launching vehicles, launching site TT&C, and space environment monitoring system. And we also have some of the policy and the legislation and to preparation, and we will also hope that some standards and specification can provide to the international community. And so this is a big plan for us. And that means we will use 10 years to build our own site civil space infrastructure. Here in this picture, you are very familiar with because SDG is very popular in recent years. Every body just know that we need to keep the Earth and our world to sustainable development. And focus on the 17th SDG goals. China just think about it, how to contribute to the SDGs realize. And so we have a very detailed study and how to make use of our remote sensing satellite, navigation satellite, and communication satellite to focus on the different the industries. And so here some discussed in the Chinese community, and we have found in their different this SDGs, and we have different contribution. So according on this, we have published our declaration on benefits contributed to the SDGs. So we would like to have 10 actions. Action 1 is about advancing science and technology. And we hope that we can share our achievements with other countries and to learn more about our Earth and learn more about our space. And yeah, there is just a very beautiful picture from Earth that we just think the space technology development also to benefit the space science development in your country. And here about our telecom satellite and a broad communication satellite work with One Belt and Road can be set up. Here is the second action 2 is serving the Belt and Road, the initiative. And we have also, in order to echo the Belt and Road initiative, we are thinking about it. What do we do in the space field? So we have launched our space information corridor program. We hope to connect to our space technology to the country along the Belt and Road. So here is about, we hope that there are different kinds of satellites can connect together, and we can focus the different challenges of the Earth. We can provide some of the good solutions. And it's in fact, this is our Belt and Road Space Information Corridor, and it's a very comprehensive project and providing information services which take communication, remote sensing, and navigation satellite as the main body. With space-based information resources and ground information and sharing network, and aim at realizing co-construction and sharing space information in the region. And action 3 is about eradicating poverty, and there have some of the practice in China in agriculture monitoring. And we have some public products and can provide to the agriculture industry and provide some of the support. And here and their harvest index, the distribution map, and here some reflect the local differences of farmland crops in monitoring area. So long-term continuous observation of monitoring areas, more and more observable surface by physical parameters. And action 4 is improving social security. And you know, the satellite have very special characters, and depending on the environment, monitoring satellite, communication satellite, and the video navigation satellite. So we have set up 3-dimension maritime search and rescue system. And China will become the country with the largest number of remote sensing satellites. It's willing to provide marine information service to all the countries along the route. In fact, we have started to establish our marine satellite data information platform for ASUN. Action 5 is promoting disaster prevention and mitigation. And China is a big country, and we also meet different kinds of disaster by now. And this year in Henan province, in the middle of China, just to meet the flood, this is a very big disaster for us. So in general, we have some experience to use the satellite to contribute to the disaster prevention and mitigation. Here is just some of the picture can show about how to do that. And here is some of the different the disaster. This is the landslides, and this is for forest fire, and this is for earthquakes. And also this tsunami and cyclone and volcano. And so we have established emergency service platform. And there are several Chinese satellites join the charter mechanism and play an important role in dealing with major international disasters to provide remote sensing image, imaging, communication, navigation, and positioning for early warning of natural disasters. And the action 6 is about addressing climate change. We have Earth observation satellite system, and the meteorological satellite is playing an important role in the climate change. And the Fengyun meteorological satellite, now there are 8 satellites operating in orbit. And we have formed the operational pattern of network observation with monitoring orbit satellite and afternoon orbit satellite of polar orbiting satellite, and a multi-satellite on orbit overall operation, mutual backward and proper encryption of geostation satellite. And here is also about our the platform to provide this the service. Yeah, this one is about a Fengyun meteorological satellite by now, and we have different the system. One is the Apollo system, the other one is the geostation system. And the Apollo system just including Fengyun 1 and the Fengyun 3 series, and the geostation system Fengyun 2 and the Fengyun 4 series. And there is our example for our cooperation. And at the very beginning, our Fengyun 2H, the Fengyun 2H satellite should be located in 89, maybe, I'm not sure, 89 degree, just focus service for the Chinese community. But when we got some information from WMO, they mentioned in the Indian Ocean area, there no more the meteorological satellite. So when we discussed with our Chinese satellite administration, and we think maybe because our Fengyun 4 and Fengyun 2 system have built a good system, and it can be meet this requirement of China requirements. So we just change this the location of the satellite. Fengyun 2H just located in 79 degree, and now they can provide this more area. And so in this area country, they can receive the data from phone to edge and to benefit their meteorological satellite application. And we have some donate some the facilities to some country and to help them to build the capacity to receive the data directly. Section 7 is protecting ecological environment. We just hear some of the practice in vegetation monitoring, and we also have oceanographic satellite and can provide some of the ocean observation. And in fact, we have 4 satellites have been launched to form 3 satellite series, including ocean color, ocean dynamic environment, and ocean radar for high precision comprehensive observation of parameters such as sea temperature, sea wind, and sea wave. Action, here is some of the picture. Yeah, this is Tai Lake. It's located in the middle province, Jiangsu province in China. And there have some different satellite picture just to show there are some the change about this the ecological environment. Here is some of the facilities to provide this application. And Action 8 is developing space economic. We just think the space technology should benefit the social and the economic development. So whenever as a communication satellite, Earth observation satellite, we hope that they can provide a comprehensive solution to the socio-economic development. And we also pay more attention on the commercial space. And here is our commercial space developing routine that we can provide a launching service. And we also can provide the whole satellite construction. We just called satellite in orbit delivery. And we can also provide some of the facilities. For example, we can provide AIT facilities to some country to help them to build space development capacity. And there is some our achievements for the commercial launch. 65 international commercial launches conducted, and 17 piggyback, and 16 satellites in orbit delivery, and 14 satellite IOD program. Yeah, here I would like to mention, because you know China launching vehicle is very good product, can provide good service for the international community, but there is some limitation from ITA. And you know, if this the electronic is made from made of the USA, that means you cannot use China rocket to launch. So in China, we have noticed the limitation, but consider this the requirements from the international community. If you would like to use China launching vehicle to launch your satellite, maybe you can contact with us. We can provide some electronics and components solution for you, and to help you to build some the satellite fit for to Chinese launching vehicle to launch. And there is a satellite manufacturing and in-orbit operation. This one is for the Belarus. This is for Pakistan. This is for Venezuela. This is for Laos. And here, this tool is our private company to build some new satellites. This is Jilin 1 and Superboy 1. They have provided high resolution the image. They can provide some, the Jilin 1 can provide some video image. So it's very comprehensive and diversified products in China. Action 9, we just support national governance. and we can use a satellite to help you to monitoring urban development. And yeah, here it's just the resource investigation and statistics, urban fine management, urban environmental renovation, and regional analysis and planning. And there have some of the good practice in how to management your land use and the land cover. And there are some picture shows according to this the satellite observation, you will can find and you can discovery and recognition and confirmation what's happening in the land use. So you don't need to listen to what the officials say. You just to see what can get from the satellite. So maybe there is a good way and a very wise way to realize your management. Yeah, here is some practice in water resources monitoring. And yeah, by the way, we would like to mention that before I mentioned we have a Belt Road Space Information Corridor. In fact, the most important how to use the data. So we have built the space information sharing network. And this network have been a successful application in APSCO, Asia and the Pacific Space Corporation Organization. And the last action 10, is safeguarding equality and justice. And you know, the talents is very important for the space development. So we just think about how to provide some of the training and education opportunities. And so in fact, and we have some experience in this respect. And more than 40 academies are included in this high quality talent team. And hundreds of general directors and general designers have been trained. So you know, if we the more more trainer, then the more progress by them. And over the past 6 years, China has been very comprehensive and complementary system space research, design, production, and experimentation. And China's space development benefits from the space development strategy, the support of Chinese government, the promotion, the basic scientific research capacity, and the development of new technology. So, and the public awareness and the popularization of space technology application. And so this is what we have done and what we have practiced. And in the last paragraph, we will just give you some picture about China Space Corporation. And by now, China has signed more than 150 space cooperation agreements with more than 40 countries and space agencies and international organizations. This is our partner. We just promote cooperation with international space organization. And we just hope that can play an important role in this international organization and to provide some solution for them. And we have signed some agreement with them. And this one, I would like to mention, this is our regional center, space science and technology education in Asia and the Pacific and China. And this center is established in 2014. And by now we have provided the education for more than 60 countries. So it's very important the platform. And we also have some discipline as a master and a doctor opportunity with the Chinese government scholarship. We also can provide some tailor-made training courses, short training courses according to your requirements. And this is the Asia Pacific Space Corporation Organization, and China is the initiative country and the host country. And we have provided some support, very important support to this organization. And this year we will launch their student small satellite. And we hope that we can benefit space technology with the member states of APSCO. Here is some space corporation, space organization in the world. And we are the member of this organization, and we participate in the event launched by them. And we hope that Chinese experience and solution and the practice can benefit this the international organization development. And here is about intergovernmental cooperation and satellite project. This is cooperate with ESA, and this program in the in 20s and 2000s. And here this is a new one. We are just in the process, and we have launched this China France Ocean satellite in 2019, and this one is just under construction. And here is the Earth observation and China Brazil Earth resources satellite, CBERS, and the CBERS satellite just recognized as the source cooperation model. And here is cooperate with Italy electromagnetic monitoring experimental satellite and the data sharing with the international users. And here is about, I mentioned is APSCO, small MMS and triple S. This is multi-mission satellite constellation and the student small satellite. This student small satellite will be launched this year. Yeah, here is about the BRICS remote sensing satellite. This cooperation program is initiated by China National Space Administration. And in fact, this idea is proposed in 2015. And after 5 years, in the near future, we will sign the agreement for this program. That's marked our cooperation is a start. And the future cooperation, and we hope that we can cooperate with the international community in deep space exploration, climate change, disaster prevention, and space safety. And we are very open. We hope that we can learn more about you and to provide some suitable cooperation program and cooperation solution. And future, and we also provide a platform for industry and enterprises, commercials, and science and technologies. So we welcome space agencies, scientists, and enterprises to the cooperation with China. And okay, this is what I think. I hope that I can give you a picture about China space. And that's all for my presentation. And if you have some question and welcome, we can keep communication.
Dr. Jiang, thank you very much. That was fascinating and enlightening. I learned a lot right there. I've been a fan of the work, especially on the moon. That's my area that I'm interested in. But I mean, just across the board, between a new space station, three taikonauts up on the station, and landing on Mars. I mean, really, truly, hats off. It's a tremendous program. Good job. I'm going to pass this over to Feng Lei, and I think our other speaker is here, Lian Chen. If you can let me know if you're here. Great. Okay. Feng Li Wu, please take over from here. We have about 20 minutes, and then we're back on schedule. So please introduce Lian Chen, and we're all set. Okay? All set? You're muted. We cannot hear you. No, I can't hear you. You are unmuted, but I cannot hear you. Lian Chen, can we get a sound check from you also? Can you unmute?
Yes. Could you hear me?
I can. Okay.
Great.
Feng Li, can you're not able to, you don't have sound? Okay. We're going to move to Lian Chen, and hopefully we can get Feng Li to get his system working. Lian, we have about 20 minutes to get back on track on schedule. So I hate to say that we cut your time a little bit short, but we have. So if you could give us a little bit of background and jump straight into your presentation, that would be terrific.
Okay. Wait a minute. Sorry. Should I share my screen, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do that. Wait a minute.
Before you go, Dr. Zhang, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a lot of colleagues that are very interested in that. So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm trying to share my screen. All right. You cannot see my screen, right? I'm still trying. Sorry. Can you see it?
It's beginning. It hasn't started, but it's about to.
I guess there's something.
It looks like you're frozen.
Yeah, I think there's something.
Can you try that again?
There is something wrong with my Zoom, and I'm trying to fix it in a minute. Sorry.
Okay. you can forward slides to us if that will help. Ah, perfect. Great.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. All right.
And you have 18 minutes. sorry to pressure you, but that's where we are.
Okay, yeah, I totally understand. Okay, I go with my presentation. I feel honored to be here to deliver this presentation in the ISU. And my topic is the development of the outlook of commercial launch vehicles in China. And I'm Liang Chen. I'm from a launch vehicle startup in China, Beijing Interstellar Glory Space Technology. And I am actually an engineer in our company, not a manager actually. I should say I don't know much about the other area, like satellite space application, extra. So I'm sorry, I will not give much information about the Chinese new space startups in other area. Though they have made great achievements. There we go. It works. All right. Yeah. Sorry. There are three parts in my presentation. The first one is an overview of the commercial aerospace industry, and the second one is commercial rocket startup in China. And the second one, I want to introduce iSpace development and exploration. Yes, let's go to the first part. And from our viewpoint, we have three stages of global aerospace industry. The first one is in the World War II, and the second one is in the Cold War, and third one is just before 2015. And what happened is in 2015, SpaceX successfully achieved the rocket. Sorry, I guess I've cut it down, right? And could I continue to my presentation? Could you see me or hear me?
Please. Yep, we can see you, and we have your slides.
Okay, cool. I don't know what happened in my Zoom. And okay, the first stage, we are in the first stage now. And okay, all right. And we consider we are in the global, we are in the second scaling upward period of the global launch activities. The first one is in the Cold War, and the second one is in the 21st century. And mainly because of the new space or the development of a commercial launching in the world, especially after the success of the SpaceX. And at the same time, the scale of the industry continues to grow over the next 10 and in the future, the next 10 years. For 10 years, and the average more than 900 satellites will be launched in each year. The total number of satellites launched between, in the next 10 years will increase by more than 300% compared to the previous decade. And the scale, the total weight or the income will increase at the same time. So there are great opportunities for aerospace launch companies in China and in the whole world. And I want to introduce, from our point, the trend, analyze of the trend of the global commercial aerospace industry. Actually, we think that the reason the reason why there are so great boom in the aerospace industry is because of the rise of a small satellite market represented by space internet. It creates huge opportunities for the whole industry. And the technology progress supported the training of satellites administration and computation. So, and the rapid growth of the global demand of launching microsatellites is is the main driving force for the growth of the demand of launching. And the majority of real technology which can reduce the launch cost will also inspire the small light market. And another trend is the development and the innovation of the commercial aerospace have changed the competitive pattern of the global aerospace industry. We know SpaceX made remarkable achievements in space launch and low orbit constellation program, and Electron has a competitive advantage in launching small payload around the world. The recent trend began to change in the competition of the different countries, and the third trend of the industry is the development of commercial aerospace at trying to okay. Sorry, there's okay. Sorry, there's something wrong in my Zoom. The development of commercial aerospace has led a new round of innovation in the global aerospace field, and we know SpaceX led the trend of reusable rockets, and the rocket planned by Europe, Japan, and Russia all features Falcon 9 or Starship. And if you are not reusable, you will have less competitive in the future. That's another trend in launch vehicle industry. And China has ranked the top in the number of launches per day, per year, sorry. And the high frequency launch reflects the strong demand in the launch market in China and in the whole world. Here is the chart of annual launch record around the world. So the global low orbit constellation program will also bring new demand for China's commercial aerospace. Low orbit navigation, enhanced constellation, low orbit Internet of Things constellation, high resolution remote sensing satellites. Those satellites or constellation can provide great assistance to the current internet companies, which is very, very good condition in China. New energy vehicle companies, the popularity of Chinese electric car is also had also a great future in China. And smart equipment companies, smart cities, and other related parties in the industry. Any development will greatly promote this market, the satellite launch department. And also we noticed space tourism and maybe cargo transportation to CSS, China Space Station, information will also in the potential market in future in China. And here is a chart of the company involved in China commercial aerospace industry. I'm sorry, I didn't translate this chart in English, and you can show different area, including rocket companies, satellite company, and space application, and in other area. There are so many aerospace companies in China, especially the startups. The Chinese aerospace industry chain has been established actually, and the number of participants have been keeping gradually increasing. And here is the data. Here is the commercial aerospace the investment, this development of the industry also attract a lot of the investor into this area, and so it's a great market. The aerospace, the commercial aerospace industry is a great market for all customers, participants, and investors in China. And the second part, I want to introduce the commercial rocket startup in China because I'm in this area.
Lang, Lan Chen, we've lost you again, but I want to take this moment to let you know we actually have more time. So you can slow down and we can go a little bit more into depth. And Fenglei Wu also is able to chime in and participate. So we've got a little bit of time. Just come on back when you got a second.
Yeah, we lost Dr. Chen.
We did. Yeah. I expect him, but he'll be back in just a moment. But we've got you, so that's terrific. Happy to have you.
Yeah, no, he back.
Just give me a second, Lan Chen. There's an error on the schedule, which I only just a moment ago discovered. We actually have a lot of time. So, Chen, you can go slower. You've got more time, and we'll have a more interesting discussion and conversation. The next speaker doesn't start for an hour. So we're set. We're good. We're good. So please take it away and be comfortable. Like don't freak out about spending or burning all your time because you have time.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
I know you've been really stressed about it, and people that don't know me, I'm very driven by a clock, and I only just a moment ago discovered this error. So you have time, be comfortable, relax, and give us what you got because we're all interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe there's something wrong in the sharing my screen. I have no idea about it. Sorry, we talked about the new trend of launch vehicles in the future commercial industry, the reusable launch vehicles. I'm not quite sure about it. Did I show the slides in Zoom? And I will go to the second part of my slides, an introduction of China, Chinese commercial space launcher. And I think we have three thresholds of the launch vehicle industry. The first one is the design cycle of rockets is relatively too long. It takes almost 10 years for a launcher. And the second one is that design and operation of launch vehicles are extremely complex because launch vehicles is a project that's integrated with almost all different in the industry. No more than 10 countries can independently enter a launch vehicle into the orbit. And of course, the third one is a huge to fund. The cost of a failed rocket launch is cost tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars. It's a great cost in investment. And I want to introduce 3 typical launch vehicle companies in China. The first one is China Rocket. The first and the other one is I think Space. These 2 actually are managed by the state-owned enterprise. The first one belongs to CSC, and the second one, Space, is managed by CASIC. But the 2 companies are operating in a commercial way, and their customers are mainly commercial customers from, commercial satellites. And the other 3, including iSpace, private commercial aerospace companies, rely on commercial investment, operating commercially, and also by our customers in the commercial satellites market. And we noticed that the first 2 companies, the products are mainly solid rocket, and for the rest of us has not only solid rockets but also liquid ones. And we noticed that Landspace had abandoned the solid rockets after their first launch attempt, which was not so successful. And here is the commercial launch vehicle launch record. And we noticed X-Space launched their first solid rocket into space in 2017, and iSpace obtained the first private successful orbital launch in China in 2019. And I also showed the capability of launching in this chart, and you can see that, and you also can check the details in the internet. And we noticed there are 2 companies that have launched the rocket into orbit with satellites, and some people consider that Chinese companies, private companies, use the retired missiles or missile rocket to design their rocket, but it is not true. The solid engine and even the liquid engine are all designed by my colleague or the other designer in other companies. It's not from the retired missile. I need to clarify this. And compared to SpaceX and other successful aerospace companies from other in the world, Chinese commercial aerospace industry started out late but developed rapidly. And I showed the first orbital launch time in this chart, and then we noticed that iSpace had achieved its first flight into orbit with 3 years since it's established, which is also a leading level among the domestic and foreign commercial launch vehicle companies. And we consider successful orbiting launch is a key watershed for commercial rocket companies because it represents ability for a company to deliver loads into orbit, which can prove the company's products have commercial value. That is very important. And there are other milestones for a commercial launch vehicle company. Is the second one is reusable or low cost, because reusable. I think the reusable design is the key solution of a launch vehicle solution of low cost of a launch vehicle. Cost in today's more commercialized market, the cost requirements have become more essential of the commercial value. If it is not reusable, it will lose competitiveness in the international market in the future. And so most of the future rockets are with reusable design. And the second milestone is whether it has been much production capability and whether it can complete the launch mission in a sustained and large number. I think SpaceX can be said to have crossed the third milestone to achieve a high frequency launch every year. And we are iSpace is also working for passing the 3 milestones in our development. And the second part, I want to introduce our exploration and development. Our full name is Beijing Interstellar Glory Space Technology Corporation. The shorter name is iSpace. I know there are many iSpace in the whole world, but we also call us iSpace. We are a private startup aerospace enterprise. We established in 2016. We committed to development excellent low-cost commercial rockets and provide systematic launch solution for the international customers. Our destination to become an international commercial aerospace leader and expand human living space. That's our definition or slogan. And we have more than 400 members, and you can see in the chart that the number of our team have lifted, and more outstanding young people have joined in our group and make us more confident in our future development. And our starting team is from with great experience in rocket design and manufacturing or management. Here are several milestones of our company. The first one is a sounding rocket called Hyperbola 1S. It's a suborbital flight in 2018 April. It's very simple, but it tested the whole scheme of our company and the ability of our technical team. And the second one is called Hyperbola 1D. It's also a sounding rocket, but its re-entry stage is under controlled by Great Fin and RCS. It's a great milestone for us, especially in control technology. And the second milestone, actually, when we develop the rocket, we also pay a lot of attention to the research of a liquid engine. And our first liquid engine is Box 1. We also call it JD1. It's a reusable oxygen methane engine. And it is reusable. It is of a reliable thrust for reusable rockets. We try to research on reusable rockets at the beginning of our, at the very beginning. And I think the most important milestone is the successful launch of Hyperbola 1. Hyperbola 1 is the first private launch vehicle which sent the satellites into orbit in China from a private aerospace company. It's really a milestone for not only for our company but for all the Chinese commercial aerospace industry. And we continue to do a lot of research, design, or test work on our Box 1 engine, and I will introduce more details later. And in 2021, we will launch more solid rockets. Hyperbola 1 is a solid rocket, and we will also conduct a VTVL test for our reusable launch vehicles. It is a liquid rocket, actually. And we will launch our reusable liquid rocket into orbit next year, which is called Hyperbola 2. And we will also launch our medium-sized launch vehicle into orbit in 2024. That's our plan, and this is our product. It also reflects our product strategy. from solid to liquid, from small to large, solid and liquid stimulus, and small steps, faster iteration, and continuous evolution is our product strategy. You can see that I think I have introduced all the launch vehicles in the milestones, and there is another product concept, which is subatomic manned vehicles. It's a space tourism is very popular in this at present, and we also pay some attention to this area, and we have designed a suborbital concept also at the very beginning. And here is our solid rocket called the Hyperbola 1. It is the first rocket launched into orbit by a private company in China. The diameter of it, Hyperbola 1, is 1.4 meters, and the lift mass is 42 tons. The payload capacity is 300 kilogram to 500 kilometers SSO. We have two launch of this kind of a rocket. The first one is a total success, but the second one, there are some problem in it. The result is not so good, but we have finished the troubleshooting and improvement, and we will launch the third Hyperbola 1 rocket into orbit very soon. So we will send more rocket into more Hyperbola 1 into orbit in the rest of this year. And there are some picture of our first rocket, first orbital rocket, and this is the liquid rocket. It's a kind of small size. It is China's first reusable liquid oxygen and methane launch vehicles from private companies. It's a two-stage. It's a two-stage, and 9 Fox 1, also called JD1, liquid engine in the first stage, and 1 Fox 1 engine, actually the vacuum tapped, in the third stage. And the diameter is 3.35 meters, and the lift-off mass is 19 tons. The capacity is a reusable. I should say it's a reusable launch vehicle. So the capacity is if we reuse or recover the first stage, the capacity is 0.7 tons to SSO, and if it is dependable, the capacity will rise to 1.1 ton to SSO. The first launch is planned to be in next year, 2022. And this is a clip of the demo animation of the return section of Hyperbola 2. The upper one is the re-entry ignition process, and the lower one is the ignition process of the landing section, and the landing ignition, and the final, and also the final landing stage. Before we conduct the orbital launch, we want to verify the key technology. The vertical landing or vertical recovery technology. We will conduct VTVL flight test in this year. VTVL means vertical takeoff and vertical landing. The test will use the first stage of Hyperbola 2, and the flight profile will cover the entire flight of the first stage flight of Hyperbola 2. We will conduct 3 tests. First test is the height, the altitude, the height of the first test is less than 5 meters. The second one is below 1 kilometers, and the second one is about 100 kilometers. We have 3 steps of our VTVL test. And we have also researched on the medium-sized launch vehicles for the future launch market. It is Hyperbole 3. The Hyperbole 3 is much larger than Hyperbole 2, but we use a lot of mature technology from Hyperbole 2. The Hyperbole 3 have different types. The basic type is without boosters, without a side booster, and Hyperbole 3A is a CPC2 configure, and it's a Hyperbole 3B is with 2 side boosters, and the diameter is 4.2 meters, and lift-off mass is almost 500 tons. The capacity, the recovery condition capacity is 6.2 tons to SSO, and if it is expandable, the capacity will rise to 10.4 tons. The first launch is planned for 2024. And the Hyperbole 3 is advanced launch vehicles with common booster cores, and the first stage or the common booster is of multiple use. It has the ability of multiple use, and it is also with the fault diagnosis technology to make reliability even better. And there we will also use the smart flight control technology to make the launch still successful with a rocket engine have some problem, even with an engine have some problem during the flight. We use the smart control technology to realize this. And then I want to introduce the liquid engines. The first one is Fox 2. It's a 15 tons liquid methane engine, and there are several milestones of our test or engineering. And I want to show some pictures, some important pictures. This engine, the Fox 1 engine, the ground test of this kind of engine has exceed 8,000 seconds, including multi-long range test, second ignition test. We need to ignition several times during the recovery stage, and continuous variable thrust test and thrust vectoring test. We have every test for a liquid engine, especially for reusable liquid engine. And the latest achievement is the joint test of the flight control system and the rocket engine has been completed recently. The test condition was the same as the ascent stage and the return stage flight of the first stage of Hyperbole 2. The test verified the sequence of the incoming incoming VTVR test. And this is the main source, the main power source of Hyperbole 3. It's a much bigger thrust. The vacuum thrust is exceed 104 tons, and it's also reusable and with variable thrust. And we also use some faulty diagnosis technology to improve the reliability. And the last one is our and the last one is our future suborbital vehicles. Recently in the field of new space, the public pays much attention to space journalism. Richard Branson and Jeff Bezos took their own suborbital vehicles and went, went on suborbital vehicles for tourism. This term has always been considered a promised market for new space. iSpace also very concerned about it and proposed our suborbital vehicles. Is the first stage of these vehicles. It's actually a two-stage suborbital vehicle. The first stage is using VTVL booster, and the second one is the second stage. I mean, the suborbital vehicles, they are landing horizontally. So we believe that with the maturity of VTVL rocket technology, such this kind of a technical foundation can be established. This kind of suborbital vehicles will be realized in the future. And our startup team has experience in this kind of aerospace vehicles. So, and we are not only paying attention to the tourism area, but also for the future suborbital transportation system. It's our viewpoint on this area. And this is our plan for the next 4 years. And I introduced most of them in the previous slide. And I don't want to repeat anymore. And the first year, this year for solid launch vehicles and VTVL test. The next year is the first launch of our reusable liquid launch vehicles. And in 2024, it will be the first launch of our medium-sized launch vehicles, Apollo 3. And at the end of my presentation, I want to quote what the president of iSpace said after our first orbit launch. For iSpace, getting into orbit is just the beginning. More ambitious goals, more excellent variants, and a sea of stars still waiting for us further away. Actually, the expression "the sea of stars" is also mentioned in Chinese space flight missions. This is a dream or the destination for most people involved in Chinese aerospace, of course, including us, including iSpace. The iSpace also would like to take a boat to the sea of the stars with all companies. And as you know, Mr. Peng, president of iSpace, is also alumni of ISU. I want to show a group photo of SSB-09. You can see Mr. Peng on the left side of the picture. Chinese private commercial rocket companies are willing to participate in the international cooperation. And I think space could unite all humans from the world, just as what ISU are doing. ISU would like to contribute more and more in this area. Thank you.
And thank you. I appreciate that. Feng Lei, are you with us? Your phone's working now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, terrific. And Feng Lei?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, perfect. Good. Okay. And so I'm going to turn this over to you, sir. And it's and you are going to bring in I've lost my name. Tang. Is that right?
Yeah. Professor Tang is next speaker.
Okay, terrific. Okay, so it's your show. I'm going to bow out gracefully. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Okay. No question for Dr. Chen.
I thought we were going to do that when with everybody all at once, but it's your call. However you'd like to do it.
Okay. Sorry for in the beginning of the speech of Dr. Chen, I encountered some voice problem in my laptop, so I missed the introduction of Dr. Chen. But I think through the slide just now he present, we know his company, and also Dr. Chen is one of the team mission chairs in ISP 20 last year in ISU program, and also this year is a TP co-chair in SSP 21. So I just add this information. So next, we will have the wonderful presentation from Professor Tang Danlin. She is also one of the teachers in ISP 20. He's the director of Guangdong Key Lab of Ocean Remote Sensing, the Southern China Sea Institute of Oceanology, Chinese Academy of Sciences. Also a high-level PI of Southern Marine Science and Engineering Guangdong Laboratory. She has been working at the forefront of scientific research for a long time. Also has served for scientific communities, the president of the Pan-Ocean Remote Sensing Association, and the president of Pacific Congress of Marine Science and Technology. So let's welcome Professor Tang bring us the wonderful speech. The topic is satellite remote sensing of wind pump impacts on marine ecosystem. Professor Tang, your turn.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much for the introduction. So now I share my PPT, right? Okay, let's do that. Can you see my PPT, please?
Yes, you can see your.
So now it's okay?
Your desktop. Yeah, now it's okay. That's
yeah,
full screen of your
first
PowerPoint.
page. Okay, okay. Yeah. So I can start now?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good noon, good afternoon, good morning. So it's my great pleasure to share our study, or just to have this discussion about satellite remote sensing of wind pump impact on marine ecosystem and the climate change perspective. My name is Danlin Tang. You can see Tang. This is like a Tang dynasty in Chinese history. And as mentioned before, I came from the South China Sea Institution of Oceanology, Chinese Academy of Sciences. I would just today talk something about how to apply satellite remote sensing technology to get a better understanding of marine ecosystem that was impacted by climate change via wind pump impact. Okay, so first the introduction part. Recently, we know that there are something very special, maybe in this year. For example, in Texas, there was minus 18 degrees, and where usually was a little bit more warmer in the same season. And also when we read some newspaper, we see that we have a red snow in the Atlantic Ocean, where you see the red color. So it is a kind of phytoplankton or single cells. Here you can see here. So there are many things happened. Actually, in this year in China, we also have very heavy flooding. So a lot of things. And recently, there was a paper just report that in the Nature Research, it shows a slow decay of the land-falling hurricane, or we call it typhoon, in a warming world, because we can see the increase of SST, increase of temperature in the ocean, and that, they can support more energy to the hurricane or typhoon we call it in Asia country. And the result of those are likely to be spread farther inland in the future. This means when the hurricane or SST, when they come to the land from the ocean, so usually when they reach the land, they will decrease, and the stretch and will become weakened in the land. But recently we can see that the landfalling hurricane is decayed, slow decayed. This means it keeps longer time on the land. It have more impact on land, such as very heavy rainfall, very heavy wind, a lot of flooding. We can see that in this year. In China, we see something happen. So what we would think about it? Let's just look at this picture. Because of increase of CO2 or some other, important factor, we have climate change. And there is the increase of SST, sea surface temperature on the surface, ocean surface. So that can change the wind, including, as I mentioned, a hurricane or a typhoon. But when all those hurricane or typhoon, when they pass by ocean, and they can have a lot of impact on the ocean. So in the ocean, we have marine ecosystem here, and among them, the phytoplankton belong. Phytoplankton is the first primary productor on the ocean, and that is very, very important for the marine production. And in this also, there are a kind of foods. The first food chain in the ocean that relate with fish and other production in the ocean. So there is a cycle here, and all those phytoplankton, they joined the CO2, the CO2 cycle in this cycling. So here is the story. Then we would think about what happened with climate change, increase of temperature, wind, and ocean, marine ecosystem. So that is a big question. Let's look at the primary production. As I mentioned, the phytoplankton. So there are some, you see some very small marine life. Something they are single cells. But when they suddenly grows up, we have a bloom. We call it a phytoplankton bloom. As I showed you before, the phytoplankton is a very important primary productor in the ocean. They provide fish, they provide food for fish, and that is a kind of food chain. But on the other side, they can also become harmful algae bloom. We call it HAB, or in China or in some Asian country, it was called red tide. And when fish eat those kind of red tide, they get a toxin and they have damage for the human being. So you look at this figure, when all those phytoplankton grows up, if we have a suddenly grows up like a phytoplankton bloom, they also may join the transfer of energy, and they join the marine element in the ocean. So let's look at that. When we look at they have hurricane or typhoon in this side, and we may also have very strong yellow sand, or even there can be a kind of tsunami in the ocean. Those can be related with many different marine environment. And what is the impact of them to the ocean, and especially for the phytoplankton. So look at here. This one is green color. We call it a green tide. We had that from time to time in Qingdao. And here in the middle one is a red tide. You can see the ocean, the color is red color. And in the other side, that is also a phytoplankton. It's a kind of phytoplankton bloom. And you can see there are two eddies in the ocean in Arabian Sea. So there is a climate change related to the environmental change, and then they comes to the ocean. So this time I just talk about some story about the phytoplankton bloom and the typhoon wind pump. Also, the wind pump impact on marine ecosystem. And finally, I will just summarize or give some more information about the remote sensing of marine ecology or marine ecosystem. So it looks very simple. It looks far from satellite, but actually we use satellite technology. We use remote sensing data to tell those stories. So first is phytoplankton bloom. Here we also show what is the development of wind pump in this story. First, as we may know that phytoplankton bloom, there are two very important hypotheses. The first one is critical depth hypothesis. This means in the ocean, the mixed layer small than the critical depth. Here may be a phytoplankton bloom in the ocean. And this hypothesis was suggested in 1953, so many years ago. And this hypothesis really gave us many good ideas to understand the natural phytoplankton bloom. But in about 1975 around, here was a new suggestion called eutrophication. Eutrophication means one human activity strong when we discharge more nutrients from land, from coast to ocean coast, and we can have more eutrophication in the coastal area, And probably we can have phytoplankton bloom, such as the red tide you see here and the green tide. So those two hypotheses was very good to explain some phytoplankton bloom in the local, for example, in the coast water or in the place near more high population in the coast area. And those phytoplankton bloom usually occurred in a special place, for example, near some cities or near some town, and there we have more people living there. And all those phytoplankton bloom can last a little bit longer time. So these two hypotheses has been working for many years, and they was very good. They can tell very good story. But later on, when we have satellite technology, when we use satellite information data, we found some new observations, such as phytoplankton bloom. You see here, the upper one, they from coastal go to the ocean, but they are not just localized on the coastal water. They are not just along the coastal water. They go to the ocean. And the low one here, the phytoplankton bloom, they look like a eddy ship. So they may not relate with the critical depths, and they are not related with eutrophication area. So when we use all the hypotheses, the two hypotheses, it was difficult to explain what is the mechanism of those bloom. Okay, so let's look more related information. For example, in the South China Sea, here, this is the jet, we call it the jet ship of phytoplankton bloom. As I mentioned before, there was in the South China Sea. You look at this bloom, it was very long and narrow, and it was come from the coastal water to the ocean. And also, when we go to this place, we can see this one. I took this photo in the location of phytoplankton bloom. You see a lot of bloom. Usually, Mekong River is here. They can provide nutrients to the coastal water in the eutrophication area. But the bloom was here in the PDF and the KHD in those areas. So that may not directly relate to the phytoplankton bloom, to the eutrophication area nearby the Mekong River. Look at again, this is an enlarged image. You see here, and this is a bloom. This is a bloom also. Let's look at the satellite data. You can see the progress of the bloom. First, they appear in this area, and then they go to the ocean, and again, they go to a little bit far to the South China Sea. So what is the reason? What happened? And that was not easy to be explained by the two previous hypotheses as critical depths and the eutrophication. Let's look again the monthly variability of the bloom. You see this is 1999, April, May, June, July, and August, September, August, November. You see the bloom, you just come in this season, in July to December, is in the summer, like a summer season. And look at more, in this season, we have very strong wind here, you can see, from southeast to the north, southwest to the northeast. This is a wind. And when we again look at the SST image from satellite, here you can see there was a very low temperature water in this place. And again, we just call this one as a cold water, or we can analyze all data and we suggest there was a strong upwelling. There's a strong upwelling. So the mechanism for those jet ship of phytoplankton bloom, we suggest a wind pond mechanism. So look at this figure, you see, first when the river discharge, the nutrients, they just sink to this local. But if wind very strong, parallel to the coastline, well, we can see there is a strong upwelling, coastal upwelling, because of Ackermann transport. Then the nutrients from the subsurface or from the bottom of the ocean and come up to the surface water, then they suppose this jet ship of phytoplankton bloom. And this bloom can last a little bit longer time once the wind was strong here. So this is the first idea about the wind pond in this area. It was about maybe 70 years ago, and it was a very good story for this jet ship of phytoplankton bloom. And again, because we have long time satellite data for many years, so we just apply those data to look at the result from 1997 to 2002. Every year, usually we can see this bloom in this area. You can see here, there, here. Actually, these figures, we use different satellite. For example, this is sea waves. The second one was OCI, and then there was sea waves. This is a sea waves, and the first one was OCTS. And this one was OCI, we get the data from Taiwan satellite, and there are also Japanese satellite. So we can see that occurred almost every year, but sometimes it was disappear. Here, then we look at again, we get time series data. We see this peak, you see this peak. This peak means the eddy ship of phytoplankton bloom. But this year, it was disappear here. When we look at the average ocean color data from satellite, you can see here, in this year, usually we have this one. We have this one from 1999 to 2004. But in 1998, it was disappear. Okay. So when we calculate all those data from satellite, we analyze them, we found in this year, 1998, the wind was very weak. And the Ackermann pumping was also very weak. And when again, we see the SST image, we see in this year, SST was very high. So, but this upwelling area, this low temperature upwelling was disappeared in this year. So now we compare the normal year and the 1998, we can find what is the difference. Because in this year, the wind was very weak. The wind was weak, the upwelling was weak. And then there was not enough nutrients to support the official jet ship of phytoplankton bloom. So there was the difference. So this means the wind, when the wind was strong, we have upwinning, we have nutrients in the coastal area, and we have this jettish phytoplankton bloom. So there was a very good explanation. And when we look at the same location, we have some other study, we found that the wind direction is very important. So here the wind is, when the summer wind here, we have blown in this area. But in the other season, if wind goes to this direction, from north to south, we may have upwinding in the other side, and we have official phytoplankton bloom as well. You can see here, there are two different directions. So all those phytoplankton bloom is related with the wind and the wind direction. So we just gave a summarize of first the phytoplankton bloom mechanism. So first is the critical depth hypothesis. And the second one is the nutrification hypothesis. The first is about the ocean, and the second is about the human activity. And then we have the third one, wind pond mechanism, or wind pond hypothesis, that can be related with climate change. And that is applied for the remote sensing data. So we use remote sensing data for this study. So this means we have the number 3 hypothesis because we have very good data from satellite. And those are two different, for the first one and the second one, those phytoplankton occurred in very local area, and the time is also fixing, for example, special season or special months, and usually they last a little bit longer time. But for the third one, the wind pond impact, usually they are not appear in a very fixed location. They can go to different places. And also they just can, stay for a short time. If wind change, if wind direction change, they also change. So wind is very important for satellites, for phytoplankton bloom. So here, maybe you will ask my question. If we are facing to face, we will have a chance to ask question. So what is the question in your mind? Probably you would ask, how about the typhoon wind? How about the hurricane? Because they change in the direction, they change in also the speed. Then I just give you some more story about typhoon wind pond impact on marine ecosystem. So here is a very big typhoon wind pond, you can see. But when they come to the land, they can make a lot of disaster. Same time, they can also provide a lot of water to land. But what is the impact of typhoon wind pond on the coastal water and on the ocean? Before, we didn't have enough data, and the people may not have good chance to study those impact of typhoon wind pond. Now we use more satellite data to do that. The first one is example. This is a typhoon. You see here, it's a very large one. And this is a highland island. That is South China Sea. So we can see a lot of energy from typhoon to the ocean. The example is in 2005, September. So here is a typhoon cruise to the South China Sea from Philippines here, crossing Hainan Island to Vietnam. Now, this is a typhoon. And after that, we see two very big phytoplankton bloom from satellite remote sensing. And usually we call this is increase of phytoplankton. phytoplankton, you see here. And here the image shows SST increase here, you see, and also phytoplankton appear in this place. And those are more data shows the time series data of SST increase and the wind calm SST increase. So here is the story about this typhoon wind palm. It's like a strong wind comes, they also make a kind of mixing in the up ladle, in the mixing ladle, and also they have very strong upwelling. They pumping up nutrients to the surface to support the phytoplankton bloom. This is a phytoplankton bloom here, is ocean color data. So this is a wind palm phytoplankton bloom. Wind palm impact phytoplankton bloom. And also we compare different typhoon. For example, this is strong typhoon, but a very fast crossing South China Sea. And this is a little bit weak typhoon, but stay a longer time. So we can see the impact area was larger if the typhoon was strong. If the typhoon also they slow moving, means they stay here longer time, they can have more nutrients to support surface phytoplankton bloom, then we can have a strong phytoplankton bloom. So the same look at the old South China Sea, we can see in different seasons, phytoplankton bloom occur in different sites. So this is in the summer season, this is the winter season, this is the phytoplankton bloom. And for the other story is a slow going typhoon in the South China Sea. After that, we have a very big 80-ship phytoplankton bloom. It's a very big 80-ship phytoplankton bloom. So this is a time series data. And the story is when the typhoon comes up here, we have very strong vertical mixing, upwelling, and even cold eddy. Enhance the cold eddy. So this is a typhoon wind palm. And we suggest the typhoon wind palm is like a transfer of energy from air to the ocean and from physical ocean to marine ecosystem. So this is the story of wind palm. So we know we have strong wind palm, we have monsoon wind palm, we also have typhoon hurricane wind palm. And what is the wind palm impact on marine ecosystem? They can change in CO2 in the ocean, and they can change in DO in the ocean also. And they have impact on fish abundance and fish numbers and also species on the ocean. So the whole story is the climate change. They can change in the wind palm, and then they can change in the distribution of nutrients, and then they go to the phytoplankton. So this is a cycle. And the phytoplankton join the cycling of CO2. So they can come and respond to the climate change. So this is the story. So let's give us a summary. We have different wind palm, we have strong wind palm, we have monsoon wind palm, we also have typhoon wind palm. So, and the summary tool is for the wind palm mechanism, we have upwelling, we have vertical mixing, and we have cold eddy as well. So at the last, I just tell the remote sensing ecology. Remote sensing we know, so we have satellite data, and we have phytoplankton bloom. But when we use satellite data, we can have the same time we have SST wind data, nutrients. Then we have a good story about marine remote sensing of marine ecology. And that is a very important milestone in the marine ecology. It is ocean color remote sensing. So please remember, ocean color remote sensing is very important. So the last is that wind pump is identified as a series of processes driven by wind that can influence the ocean current and water movement, and subsequently affect the ocean's environment and ecology states. And such wind pumping is expected to change in the transport of nutrients, promote cycling of major elements in the ocean, and such the driving marine permaproduction and marine ecosystem, and affect carbon fraction and the global fishery resources. So this is the whole wind pump. And again, I just show you wind pump again, climate change, SST, wind, and the marine ecosystem, and it goes back. So it's a circle. Okay, that is my presentation. It's time for discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tong. I think it's a very interesting topic. In this year, there are many areas were suffered from the torrential rain. I think it's somehow related to typhoon. Any question?
You may think that the single cell so small is far from satellite, from space technology. Actually, satellite provide us very good data to study those small marine life, even single cells, by ocean color data that relate with chlorophyll in the cells.
Okay, if no questions, let's thanks Professor Tang again for your wonderful speech.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much, y'all. I really appreciate this. Professors, it was really interesting stuff. Thank you very much. We are going to move on. We're back on track, so I'm super happy to see that. We're back on track schedule-wise. So with that, I am going to bring on Kai Stats. I don't know if I pronounced that right. You'll have to check me on that in a minute. Kai, can you come on screen and start your screen share, please?
I will. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Let me know when you can see my screen.
We can, thank you. We've got people from all over. This, as a blanket statement, they tend to be in Australia, China, Japan, India. The world is starting to wake up, so we're starting to move some, things that direction. There are only a few people, 2, maybe 3 from the Americas. So yeah, most of these people, it's early morning for them. It is late evening for me. So, all right.
Excellent.
You all set?
I am. Can you see my screen? Do you see my first slide?
Yes, please. That's perfect. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing. And yeah, please introduce yourself, give a little bit of background, how you were, involved with ISU, and then take it away. You have about an hour. That's
Okay.
what you got. All right.
I'll take much less than that to leave room for questions and answers. So It's an honor to be here. Thank you. I know that my presentation was introduced kind of last minute, so I am honored and thankful to have this opportunity to present to ISU. I was a graduate of the ISU Summer Studies Program 2017 in Cork, Ireland, and I don't think I recognized it at the time, but I look back and recognize that it was one of those life-changing experiences, not an overnight transformation, but I think over the course of a few years since have recognized how much that it has changed the way that I move through the world and the people in which I interact. And I'm a proud co-founder of a company called Lunar Industries with Gary and Walter and Satobi and some of the other folks, which is another presentation for another time, but just excited to be here and to have this opportunity. So I am Kai Stotz, the director of SAM. SAM is a space analog for the Moon and Mars. It is a habitat analog that is being constructed this year at the Biosphere 2, the world famous Biosphere 2. There's a much longer story as to how I came into this opportunity, but principally tonight, I'm not going to read any slides to you. I've just got mostly a photo essay to walk you through the little bit of history of habitat analogs and the construction process that we enjoyed from January through June, and what we hope to finish by the end of the year, and when our first teams will be able to arrive. So here we go. So a little bit of history of analogs. As you know, an analog, I like to use the analogy that an analog is like a swimming pool. If you learn to swim in a swimming pool, you're more well prepared for swimming in the ocean. And in many ways, analogs are like this. And if you've paid any attention at all to the analogs around the world, there are some like the Mars Desert Research Station in the bottom right-hand corner of this slide. It's been around for over 20 years and has really established the foundation for what an analog experience can be like. I was also a member of a Mars Desert Research Station team in 2014 and continue to this day to be friends and colleagues, even working associates with many of the people on that team. But it goes all the way back much further than that. It goes back to Gene Shoemaker, who was a planetary geologist at University of Arizona, and he used Meteor Crater, Arizona, just a few hours north of where I live, as an analog for the Apollo astronauts. So analogs go back many, many decades. And as you've noticed now with so much excitement and so much enthusiasm for human space exploration in this new wave of space enthusiasm and technology and innovation and new companies, that analogs are taking off. There's new analogs being built around the world, and each one of them provides a different experience for the research teams. So we have presented here the Neutral Buoyancy Lab at NASA and High Seas and Hera, and of course Lunar Palace 1 in the bottom middle in China, which is an extraordinary, in Beijing, which is an extraordinary research facility, and did some fabulous closed ecosystem research. So just a brief summary of some of the other analogs that are active or not active today. I think just Desert Rats on this list is perhaps the only one that's not active right now. Again, a plethora of opportunities. In fact, there's kind of a circuit of analog astronauts, people who have been to just about every one of these, which is pretty amazing. And this is the Biosphere 2. Hopefully some of you have been there. If not, I highly encourage you to visit. In many respects, this was the largest and the most complicated habitat analog ever conducted. It's situated north of Tucson and north of the Catalina Mountains, those beautiful mountains in the background. This is a 3.5 acre building, completely sealed, was completely sealed from the outside world from 91 through 94. And very sophisticated machinery, very sophisticated system, truly an engineering marvel. When it was operational, it was losing less than 10%, about 7 to 8% of its air mass per year, which is extraordinary. Its actual leak rate was less than the International Space Station is today, not by percentage, but by actual volume of air. It was a phenomenal facility in terms of what it accomplished in engineering and testing complex bioregenerative life support systems. It now runs and has for the last 2 decades run as an open air ecosystem, but entirely indoors. And that means that we have complete control of all of the parameters, all of the functions of the ocean, of the rainforest, of the desert. We can change the temperature, the CO2 levels, the humidity, the moisture. All of those are still within our control. And some amazing ecological research and plant biology research has been and continues to be done there. In fact, a greater diversity today than at any point in history. So again, if you have a chance to visit, it's an extraordinary tour and a great opportunity. So I'm going to come back to this. This is a rather odd picture if you haven't seen this before. This is a 40,000 pound slab of metal and concrete that is floating on a cushion of air. So think about it. It's 40,000 pounds floating on a cushion of air. There's 2 of these. These are called the lungs. And I'm going to just hesitate for a moment on this because this is an interesting means by which they solve the problem of how do you maintain a constant positive pressure on a pressure vessel, taking into account internal temperature fluctuations and external barometric pressure changes. If you didn't have some way of compensating for that instantly, your windows would either blow in or out every time you had a high pressure front come through, a rain shower, a temperature change. Your windows would just crack because in a sealed environment, the air expands rapidly or constricts rapidly. This was their answer to that. And I'll come back to that in a little bit and we can talk about it in the Q&A as well. It's a fascinating concept, not invented by the biospherians, but definitely well implemented. And we have one of these in SAM. So this is the test module. And the test module was built in 1987. And it was a prototype before the Biosphere 2 was built. So this is a photograph from 1987. It has a solid steel welded floor. It has a lung. It has sealed windows, just like the Biosphere. This is where they tested the space frame, designed in part by, or at least inspired by Buckminster Fuller and his geodesic dome concepts. This is where they tested the way in which they could seal the floor and pressurize the volume, and again, maintain that positive pressure in a bioregenerative environment. So the longest stay inside this facility was 3 weeks by Linda Lay, who was one of the original 8 biospherians. She now lives about 10 miles away from here in Oracle, Arizona. And in 2019, I was doing an ecology research project at the University of Arizona's Biosphere 2. And I was given a tour of the campus by Deputy Director John Adams, and we walked past this facility, which didn't look anything like this. It was completely overgrown by vegetation and cactus and trees, a lot of rats and lizards and snakes. And I said, that is an incredible building. What is it? What are you going to do with it? And John said, well, that's the original prototype and we're not doing anything with it. It hasn't been used for over 20 years. I looked at him and he said, well, he says, if you can find a use for it, it's yours. And so I did. So I spent 2 years writing papers, writing documents, looking for funding, looking for opportunities. And this is what it looked like when we first arrived. Kind of a mess. The last experiment here was in the late 1990s, early 2000s. They had filled it with several tons of dirt, which had now dried to a consistency of concrete. And we've, since January 20th through the end of June, through July 2nd, we spent, my team, Trent Tresh and myself, John Adams, some of the folks from Biosphere 2, and a number of volunteers worked to refurbish this entire facility as the cornerstone for our new high-fidelity Mars analog. So I'll take you through just a quick photo essay of all the things that we accomplished in those 6 months. And I really want to leave a lot of room for discussion at the end, so I'll go through these rather quickly. So we were grinding and painting, and as you can see in this photograph, there was a lot of dirt. I never want to deal with that much rat feces and dirt again. We completely stripped all the wiring out, all the plumbing, redid all the plumbing. We climbed around the space frame and cleaned the entire thing top to bottom at least 3 times. We had we figured it was about a 3,000 pound, maybe 2,500 pound heat exchanger we had to take out of the ceiling piece by piece. We sanded and cleaned and sealed. And some of what we did, most of what we did with a keen eye towards the science of developing a Mars habitat. Now, we recognize that this building is not what you would build on Mars. We get that. But we tried to make it as close as possible with some adaptations. So one of the things we did is that we blocked the light, the optical light from coming in. About 86% of the optical light is blocked on the upward facing windows. So we applied 2 layers of silicone, 100% silicone. It blocks all the ultraviolet, all the infrared, and most of the optical. And we did that because we recognized that on Mars, most of our dwellings are probably going to be underground or at least buried in some layers of regolith. And we wanted to simulate that to some degree. We also have been very careful with the types of paints we're using on the interior. We're very careful to choose paints that are low VOC. So again, everything we're doing, we're applying as much science rigor as we can. And we have a lot of guidance from individuals at NASA Johnson Space Center who have a lot of experience and expertise in some of these. So we send them photographs, we ask for guidance, we ask for ideas. In the bottom right-hand corner, we applied a window tint to all of the outward facing windows that were not covered in silicone. And this window tint is exactly 50% optical transmission. So when you're inside, the amount of light that you receive horizontally is equivalent to what you would have on Mars, taking into account the distance of Mars from the sun versus the Earth and the ambient light gain or solar gain on the surface of Mars. We also are working with Pacific Spaceflight and Smith Aerospace Garments. We have 2 fully pressurized spacesuits on order. In fact, they're finished and they're being tested over the summer. This was a prototype suit that Dr. Cameron Smith brought out. And so Deputy Director John Adams actually donned the spacesuit and did a full 1-hour kind of walk around the facility connected to the umbilical cord. So all of our EVAs, when you leave this facility, you'll be going through a proper spacewalk with a pressure suit. And when you enter our Mars yard, it'll be in a fully pressurized spacesuit. And these are pretty high quality spacesuits. They've gone through a series of rigorous tests over the last 12 years, 11, 12 years of development. Really fine quality and well-crafted facilities. So just a few more photographs. We have our first shipping container arrived and are delivered. We, in addition to that test module, which will be our greenhouse for the bioregenerative, we're adding another 1,100 square feet of living space. That'll be in the form of 3 shipping containers welded together in a T formation, and that'll be where the crew lives. And so our first one of those arrived. We have 2 more on order. We had to patch a bunch of holes in our lung, which is our pressure regulation system. We replaced the 2,500 or 3,000 pound. We want to say it was about a 200 amp heat exchanger, and that's what heated and cooled the test module. And since the 1980s, there's been incredible advances in heating and cooling systems. So now we have 2 very, very small air conditioners, just heat pumps, and they're about 12 amps each at maximum power. So we're very pleased with the reduction in power, and we're much closer to now to what you might have on Mars, aside from the fact that we'd have to use radiant heaters instead of convective heaters. And finally, we replaced and rebuilt the entire system by which the lung is inflated, and I'll explain that in a moment. And we resealed the lung. So again, our lung is our pressure regulation system. Think of it as a balloon that expands. It's a balloon with a weight on top. And once it's inflated, it gives us a backup, kind of an air buffer. And it also applies a certain amount of pressure. So we completely resealed that system. Phenomenally, I should say surprisingly, the rubber membrane called Hypalon, it was fully intact other than where a few rats ate through it, and completely flexible and still functional after 33 years. So here you can see how we've re-secured that membrane down to the weighted pan. And this is it. This is a 2,800 pound, again, this is the prototype, so it's smaller. Instead of 40,000 pounds, it's 2,800 pounds. And this is floating on a cushion of air. And the blower that causes that air pressure to increase to lift it is a 1/2 horsepower blower. It's very, very simple. It's probably less power than your average home air conditioning system. So there's some interesting physics in this. For those of you with a physics background, you can do some quick calculations to determine how exactly this works. And so this pan, this 3,000 pound pan, lifts off the ground and provides a cushion of air to maintain a positive internal pressure such that any leaks are always outbound and that we do not have any biological contaminants coming into the facility. And again, I want to emphasize that we had a fabulous crew of volunteers over the course of 6 months from all over the United States, even from Peru. We had Attila, who is the assistant director to the Mars Desert Research Station. He came in and worked with us for a week. So could not have done it with without all the help of the people who were involved. And another shot of there's John Adams and Katie and some of the folks from Biosphere, and then our last round of volunteers on the very last week of our work, and that was the middle of June. And so this is SAM at this point. It's not finished. This is what we accomplished in phase 1, which was the restoration of this original test module to a functional state with a number of improvements in terms of energy efficiency, lower heat gain, simpler cooling system, and a fully refurbished, we hope slightly better functional lung. And then the very, very last 2 days of June, just 3 weeks ago, we accomplished our very first pressure test. And we did so with 5 people inside, sealed inside for 4 hours. We had a few small plants that were grown at the University of Arizona's Advanced Agricultural Research Center. They were brought in. So we had spinach and I think it was spinach and some other different kinds of herbs and such. And we, for the 4 hours, we played a card game. We ate Doritos. These are NASA approved Doritos, I think. And we assembled a robotic watering system called FarmBot, a fabulous system that we're excited about actually having functional when SAM is up and running. And so this is a bird's eye view. I crawled up into the space frame and took this picture about midway through our 4-hour test. And just to the, if you can see my cursor here, this is our CO2 scrubber. So one of the things that's unique about this facility is that we're going to be conducting what we believe is a very close proximity to the real transition from short-term to long-term habitation on Mars. We know that when we first arrive, whether it's NASA or SpaceX or another government organization from another country, we know that the very first stays are probably not going to be long-term stays. My best guess is that we're not going to go immediately into 2-year programs. It'll probably be a short stay, come home, let's try for a longer stay the next time around. And so in that respect, those first short stays are going to rely entirely on mechanical life support systems, otherwise known as physicochemical systems. They'll be using lithium hydroxide, zeolites, or amines as a means of sequestering the CO2. So this box, this gray box, is a CO2 scrubber designed and built by Paragon Space Development Corporation, which was founded by Grant Anderson and 2 of the original Biospherians, Jane and Tabor, and is now one of the leading aerospace companies in the world. They had built this for NASA and they donated it to us. And we're in the process of refurbishing that, or I should say rebuilding it. Instead of using soda lime, we're rebuilding it for zeolites in order that we can not only adsorb CO2, but also desorb CO2 through a heating process with a partial pressure, with a partial vacuum. So our goal is to have, as I was saying before, our goal is to have the demonstrated transition from mechanical CO2 sequestration and life support into bioregeneration. And that mimics what we believe will be the natural evolution of from short-term to long-term habitation on other planetary bodies, whether it's the moon or on Mars. We're going to start with mechanical systems. We're going to bring seeds in our pockets, and we will transition into bioregeneration and plant-based life support systems over sequential improvements and additions to our long-term stay facilities. And we're demonstrating that right here in SAM. Oops, just a moment. Okay. And so during this 4-hour test, we had 4 different sensor arrays running. We had one outside to establish our continued baseline, and we had 2 inside. We were measuring oxygen, pressure, temperature, CO2 levels, and relative humidity. And we established baselines in good science fashion. We established baselines for all of these prior to the test with each one of the instrument arrays and sensors. And then we went ahead and conducted the test. So this, as you can see, the green bar is the increase in pressure. That represents after we sealed the door, we then inflated the lung, which increased the pressure just by a little bit. It looks like a lot on the graph, but it's really not much. It's about 1/10 of a pound per square inch. So we increased the pressure and we sustained that pressure throughout the entire run. And this is the CO2 level readings. Now there are 4 different readings here, which I won't go into details now, but the green spike represents the activation of the CO2 scrubber. Now you would think, wait a minute, isn't that backwards? Shouldn't the CO2 level be going down? Well, the sensor that represents the green spike, or the green spike represents the sensor that was in the second sealed chamber. That sealed chamber did not see the CO2 level rise until we activated the scrubber, which then blew that air that we have been breathing into that sealed chamber. And then, as you see on the right-hand side, the CO2 levels begin to drop, to level off. Now, it was my mistake that we didn't do this earlier. We were having so much fun. We forgot to activate this earlier. Had we activated earlier, I believe we would have seen this continue to be level and drop down. We'll be doing additional, much more controlled studies in September and October to validate all these functions. But this was our first one. And by the way, all of the detailed explanations for this are on the website. We have a full breakdown of what each and every sensor did and the mathematics involved in how we calculated whether this was a success or what isn't really a failure. But we calculated the deterministic values within each one of these functions. So this is an artist rendering. We've updated some things since then, but an artist rendering of approximately what SAM will look like when we're finished. Of course, this does not include the silicone toppings on the glass. And again, an artist rendering of the interior of that space, as you've seen in the photographs. And a possible layout for our crew quarters. So the long corridor to the left is the attachment to the in the upper left-hand corner is where it attaches to the greenhouse, otherwise known as the test module. And the bottom right-hand corner will be an airlock that leads into our Mars yard. The middle two chambers are the kitchen, the common area, the sleeping areas, and work studies, and also the sleeping quarters and toilet. And once configured, once built, we have a half-acre Mars yard available to us, 6,400 square feet of which will be interior to an existing greenhouse structure that we're rebuilding. Inside that greenhouse structure, we are building a 6,400 square foot scaled replica of an actual crater on Mars, which is likely one of the human landing sites. So we're working with a local company that builds very high-end zoos and aquariums, and they're going to be sculpting the entire Mars yard to our specifications to match the 3D data that we have and the terrain data that we have from highly detailed Mars orbiters. And then to the west of this, to the right of it on your screen, will be the open Mars yard, and that will be available to visiting teams to resculpt with some notice, of course. We can resculpt that to your needs. So if you have a rover you want to bring in and you want to test a particular type of gravel or sand at a particular slope, we can make that happen. And we're going to be doing a gravity offset rig. It won't look quite like this one, but we will be doing a gravity offset rig that will allow you and participants, your team members, to experience less than 1 G. You can do half G, 1/6 G, 1/3 G while you're moving through the Mars yard and the interior Mars yard. And our gravity offset rig is being designed and co-developed by one of Hollywood's top stuntmen named Chris Lepps. He was Johnny Depp's stunt double for 12 years through all the pirate movies. He's now working on the Mandalorian series, and he has incredible experience and knowledge in doing rigging. That's what most of his work is, hanging from wires. So we're really excited to get that built later this year, probably early next year. Finally, I'm not going to go into any detail on this, but we're very proud to be integrating SAM, which is our habitat, into CMOC. CMOC is a Python-based, it's called an agent-based model. It's a highly detailed simulation of a hybrid mechanical and bioregenerative life support system. My team developed this from 2017 through 2019 at Arizona State University. It's now funded and hosted by National Geographic, and it's free to anyone in the world. We have classes all over the world using it, both in virtual environments and in class, as a means to teach the complications, the challenges of water consumption and atmosphere regeneration and plant production and the associated food consumption and CO2 sequestration, oxygen production that's with bioregenerative life support systems. So we're now taking SAM parameters and putting it into this model so that you can go and use this at Nat Geo's website and actually simulate various designs or very basically your own designs of SAM or any kind of habitat. You get to choose the plants, the greenhouse, the crew quarters, etc. Again, that's usually a whole nother presentation, so I'll be happy to talk about that later or point you in the right direction. So finally, just in summary, these are the key features of SAM. It's built on the legacy of Biosphere 2, which has been incredibly influential and invaluable. We actually have a number of the original Biospherians, including Jane and Tabor and Linda, and the original architect and engineer Dempster and Phil Hayes working with us to help guide our projects. We have a controlled environment, a greenhouse. We have a living space. There's also an on-site mission control center. We were just given a 1,200 square foot building. So you'll have your own dedicated mission control center for managing all of the crew that are in SAM. And the teams will be able to choose a regulated airflow or hermetic seal. There'll be use of airlocks and pressure suits, the Mars yards I described. We're also building a neutral buoyancy lab. It'll be small at first, and then with additional funding, we're building a larger functional system. The first one will be big enough for 2 people in scuba outfits with the person in a spacesuit in the middle, and to be able to conduct underwater neutral buoyancy tests of tool use and the function of the spacesuit. And principal science objectives of SAM are pretty straightforward. Now, these are not limitations. These are what we're doing from our side. But you, if you bring in a team, you get to do whatever you want that's appropriate for this particular analog, given that your science objectives and hypotheses and such are well designed. So our goals are, again, to demonstrate that transition from machine-based to plant-based life support. We're going to be working with simulating regolith and transforming that into soil. We're going to be studying the microbiome of the built environment, which is incredibly important, especially in sealed environments. We'll be working with pressurized spacesuits for our entries and EVAs in the Mars yard. And as I said before, we're going to be tying all this into advanced computer models and simulations, such that eventually we want to train CMOC on the actual function of SAM using an AI, reinforcement learning AI, so that eventually CMOC can actually operate SAM without human intervention. And I won't read these to you, you can read them yourself. These are the stages of construction operations. And as I said earlier, we just completed the test module restoration, which is phase 1 or stage 1 of our construction. We're taking the summer off and we dive back in September through December to get the crew quarters and initial Mars yard construction done. And I think in closing, this is my last slide. In closing, I want to take us just for a moment away from I think sometimes we get so excited about the technology and about rockets and spaceships and spacesuits, and we sometimes forget about the other benefits to what we're doing. And I'm often asked, why are we going to Mars when there's so many problems right here on Earth? I'm sure all of you have heard this, and we all have our own answers. And my answer is something like this, that by engaging research teams around the world, by engaging in scientific discovery, we're inspiring the next generation. And we're inspiring to use their brain to be better custodians of this planet while we're exploring new worlds. And so the way I like to put this best is that if you go to someone and say, hey, I think you should use less water on a daily basis. Maybe you're you're losing a little bit too much water when you take your shower. Or maybe you shouldn't eat quite so much meat, that maybe your diet would be better if you reduced your meat consumption or were more reliant on something that's a little bit less on the energy consumption chain. Or if you told people, hey, that shampoo isn't really good for the earth because it has a lot of chemicals in it. People will react. They're going to say, hey, don't tell me what to do. Don't tell me how to live. But you put somebody inside of a simulated spaceship, and they're excited to do all these things. They're excited to try a new diet. They're excited to try new shampoos. They're excited to try new ways of doing things. And even taking a very, very short shower is part of the adventure. Now, that may sound manipulative, but for any of you who have been in an analog environment, you recognize what I'm saying, that we're simplifying our lives. We're becoming aware of how we influence Biosphere 1, the world around us. And when we seal someone, and this is the differentiating factor of SAM versus the other analogs, when we seal someone inside and every breath they take has to be accounted for mathematically, physically, and chemically. Every breath you take has to provide oxygen in and carbon dioxide out, and you are responsible for keeping track of that. There's no way you can't come out of that experience without a heightened awareness for the functions of your body. And I think that's the most exciting part about what we're doing. And I think that's going to be what a lot of the researchers are going to take away from this experience. So with that, I say thank you. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm looking forward to your questions.
Kai, that was awesome. Thank you for that. I have a ton of questions, so
go for it.
I don't know if we're gonna get to the poll questions, but we'll you know, everybody should put questions into the poll, but I'm gonna start here. Okay. I actually wanted you to keep your slides up for a second, but just stay here.
Sure, no worries.
No, stay here. Either way, because there's a couple I want to go back to. But all right, so I loved how you ended that slide, right? Because we've all heard the question. There's all these problems on Earth. How can you talk about going to Mars? You know, in a month where we had 2 billionaires go to space, it felt like that was the only story. And honestly, I think everybody missed the darn point of the whole thing because they were so focused on the billionaires going to space. So I think you know of Frank White, the guy who wrote the overview effect, who coined that phrase. So I think you should get to work on coming up with a phrase about being in an analog and measuring your breaths. I think there's going to be a phrase that describes that in the same way the overview effect describes seeing the Earth from the outside. So you should add that to your list of things to do, because I think that's I think that's a really neat idea, and I had never thought about that before. There are a lot of analog astronauts in the ISU Corps. I'm sure you know some of them already. There are a lot of them. So yeah, you should come up with a phrase that is similar to but not the same as overview effect, because I think you're onto something, and I think there's probably a measurable result from that. So yeah.
Thank you. I doubt that's the sort of thing that you can do intentionally. It's my guess that it will just happen naturally. If it happens, perhaps one of the visiting teams will say something that will stick with all of us. So I think we'll just wait and see if it comes out. But thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Side note, I talked to Frank White a couple of weeks ago, and he wasn't looking for the overview effect. It found him. He was actually doing a different kind of study, and the overview effect popped out, and he pushed all of his other work aside to get to that. So you will probably see that. So you've got 4 people that are going to go in. I'm sorry, I didn't memorize your slide. When are the first 4 going in?
Right. So, well, we had 4 in already. So we had 5 people in. For 4 hours. That was already done. That was our first sealed test at the end of June. We do not have an exact date for our first teams. However, Jane and Tabor McCollum and Jane Pointer of the original Biosphere team and now of Space Perspective, as you know, the high altitude balloons, they will be our first official team. They've already agreed to it. So they're coming back home to the test module, and we probably early 2022. We're hoping in January, February timeframe. And we're taking, I don't have the form on the website, the full form on the website yet, but there is a document there, and we are taking team registrations now.
Because I think you're going to get overwhelmed by team registrants, right?
Well, I sure hope so.
As this is arguably one of the most high fidelity sites, there's going to be a lot of people that want to get into this thing. In my own class at ISU, Diego was part of the Mars 500 team. So that was a pretty hard one to get into, pretty prestigious. And I suspect, with the high fidelity of your system, you're going to have that. So what does it take to be your kind of analog astronaut? What are you looking for?
Well, we'll start with the science objectives first. So because we are managed, and I'm an employee of the University of Arizona, and because we're on University of Arizona property, it is very, very important to us that each team comes to us with the proper science objective. Now, we're not going to be heavy-handed about it. You don't have to have a PhD on your team. But we do want you to have somebody on your team who has conducted real-world science experiments and has an idea of what it means to publish. So we're trying not to limit people, but at the same time, we want quality work done, no messing around, and we want quality work to come out. And so we'll help guide that. So if you come into our facility with limited experience, or if your proposal is not quite ready, we'll help you reshape that and help you get ready for it. So we're now, in addition to science, we're also looking for artists and for writers and filmmakers. We don't want to limit this just to scientists. In fact, if you want to integrate those two, if you want to have a science team with an artist embedded in the group, or a filmmaker, that'd be great. In fact, my experience at Mars Desert Research Station, I was a professional filmmaker at that time and joined the team to produce exclusive videos for space.com. So we welcome something like that as well.
Kai, she's not on the call anymore because her time zone is off, but ping me after this. There was somebody that was actually in our sessions earlier this morning or earlier this evening that wanted to do something. She's in LA doing outreach projects. So yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's amazing. I particularly have been interested in how the arts help tell a story to people that are not necessarily engineers. So I'm really pleased to hear you say that. How long do you think your missions are going to last? Are there any long duration ones, or are they mostly, MDRS is, for those that don't know, Mars Desert Research Station is run by the Mars Society out in Utah. I've been there 3 times. But not as an analog astronaut. I am definitely not that guy. We had done some experiments with our balloons and our lifters, our robotics. Those were fun experiments, but I am not the guy that's going to get sealed into a box for a couple days or a couple weeks. How long do you think you're going to have people on site, on station?
Well, the minimum duration of a stay in SAM will be about 4 nights, 5 days. Okay. And there is no maximum duration. I mean, 2 years would be a bit of a stretch. That would lock down the facility for everyone else. But we are looking for 1 month, 2 month, 3 month stays. We already have interest from NASA, from a team at NASA, for a possible long-term psychology study. I will state that psychology studies are probably the one that we'll be most stringent about. They concern us the most because, number one, you have to have an IRB. The moment you do anything that records human data, you have to have an IRB.
Spell out what IRB stands for. I know it.
Internal Review Board.
It's an ethics. It's an ethics. Like you can't do psychological torture on somebody, or they have to have full understanding of their risks.
Well, it's even simpler than that. Even if I cut your hair and I study your hair under a microscope to determine the protein content, I have to have an IRB. It's not just torture. It's simple things as well. If I say, hey, how much food are you eating for breakfast? Did you like your oatmeal? If I associate your name with that data, I have to have an IRB. So that's just standard. But anyway, the point is we're really looking for food studies and psychology studies. I mean, not psychology, food studies and chemistry and plant ecology. And we're looking for as many, a great diversity really of experiments. We will welcome psychology studies, but they're going to have to be very, very well defined by teams that have an incredible amount of experience in that, just because it's probably the hardest thing to do right, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Are there any other? Yeah.
I have a ton more, but I'm going to answer I want you to tackle some of the poll questions. Sure. Any animal husbandry proposals? What are you going to do for plants and animals?
Yeah, plants, yes. Animals, probably no. I mean, if you're talking about worms, sure. But if you're talking about bringing in monkeys and dogs, probably not. It would just make it much, much more difficult for us, especially within the confines of the university. So I'd have to see the proposal and why that's important, but I don't think we're going to make that possible. I think small things like, mealworms. If you want to bring in mealworms as a compost alternative, great. Bringing in chickens would be a whole other story. It gets messy. There's disease possibilities. It's not really a good idea for what we're doing, at least not confined space.
as a personal aside, I was in the Redwoods in California last week, and there were a lot of mosquitoes. So mosquitoes, are they in the station or outside the station? I think we should not bring mosquitoes to space.
Well, first off, we're in Arizona, so there's limited mosquitoes to begin with.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've seen any mosquitoes this year at all. So despite the fact we've had an incredible amount of rain. So
right.
yeah.
No
okay,
mosquitoes. Good. No mosquitoes. All right. What is the partnership with National Geographic? Will you deliver content to television or in our case, YouTube?
Okay, so this is the other side of National Geographic. This is the original National Geographic Society, which is the exploration and education arm, not the Disney Fox entertainment arm. So yeah, and so we're working with the editor, the chief editor of the educational part. If you go to, let me give you another address. CMOC.space. There we go. So I'm putting into the chat box. CMOC.space is the landing site or the first page for the Python-based simulation I spoke of. And from there's an easy navigation to get to the National Geographic site. So the partnership is defined as Nat Geo is providing an annual license for our software. And with that, we are doing further development and also hosting our product on a Google Cloud platform in order that we can scale rapidly and accommodate classrooms all over the world. So that CMOC is also presented on the National Geographic Society's educational portal, which is this fabulous resource. If any of you are teachers, it's a fabulous resource with over 4,000 educational applications, most of them interactive and really, really well done. So we're one of 4,000 applications available for free to anybody in the world.
Great. That link that you posted did not work. I just tried it. So we'll check, but it's CMOC. We'll find it.
That's space. No, that should be it. Okay, let me try. Let me try here. We're good. Yeah, keep going. Let's go on.
Yeah, let's go with the next question, please. Okay, I think we answered that. When will we launch campaigns to recruit participants? So soon, right? So the first ones are going to be the original folks returning home, the pointers. So that's going to be great. But you think early 2020, you'll start rotations?
Early 2022, that's correct. Okay. We have quite a bit of work to do. It depends on what level we want to, how much we want to have done before we bring people in. So once we get the additional 3 shipping containers welded together and hermetically sealed, technically we have a functional space. Okay. So we may ourselves, we're going to be doing a lot of testing internal, a lot of testing of our CO2 scrubber to make certain everything's working perfectly, because we don't want to bring somebody into an uncomfortable situation. So we'll be doing testing throughout the fall, and we may not be really elegant inside. We may not have all the lighting in place and all the cooking environment in place, but hey, maybe the first teams are sleeping on cots and sleeping bags, and it's a little bit rough, but it's kind of like going camping in the woods in a cabin, and then over time we'll be continuing to evolve and improve the facilities.
Anybody who's serious about doing Mars development should get used to roughing it. Yeah, that'll be fun. I want to ask a question not on the list here that goes straight to, how do you pay for this thing, right? Like Biosphere was really expensive for what it was at the time. I don't have a good guess about what would take to rebuild the site that you've got. And fantastic, your partnership with the University of Arizona, but running this thing is not free. Correct. So how do you ultimately pay for it? Is it National Science Foundation grants? Is it, the goodwill of these billionaires that we just talked about that are vilified? So
we haven't seen that. We haven't seen that goodwill yet. We're still hoping for that goodwill to show up.
Fingers crossed. All right. So how do you do it, and what does a budget look like?
No, good questions. So our first 2 rounds of funding did come from the University of Arizona. The first round came from Tech Launch Arizona, which is a funded it's a separate entity, but under the university umbrella. And it's basically an incubator program. So when professors and students have new inventions and new ideas, this incubator, this program pays them to help bring it into the real world. In this case, we approached them and said, hey, we already have an idea on the outside. Can we bring it in? And they said, yeah, let's do it. And so we're hoping that over the long term, and their bet is that we will eventually come up with some of our own intellectual property. We may invent a new way of doing CO2 scrubbers or a better spacesuit. So there's so many ways in which we will be, over the course of the next 3 to 5 years, inventing new technologies, improving on existing technologies that the university can then help us take to market or bring back to the real world. So that was the first round of funding. The second round of funding was really internal to the University of Arizona. And I don't actually know where the money came from. I just know who's delivering it. Maybe I don't want to know. So there's, in these hard times of post-COVID, every university in the United States lost a significant amount of money. And so we're very thankful to be given the amount that we have. So just ballpark figures, if we were to build everything out to our highest quality standards, everything we want, we'd be looking at a little bit less than $500,000. Which in the global scope of things is very limited. I mean, very low cost. And so
that's a lot lower than that.
Yeah. And it's because I guess I could say it simply that I was raised on a farm in Iowa, and I know how to fix things. I know how to weld and paint and cut, and that goes a long way. And so we're bringing in highly skilled people, and it's a lot of labor. And as long as we don't, as long as we're not paying exorbitant amounts for the labor, then it works out really well. As long as we're very careful with how we spend our money on the physical things, we're able to get a lot done with very little money. I think I must be cutting out. I'm going to turn off my video to see if we can get the audio back. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I think Michael cut off.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. I thought it was me. Okay.
No, we can hear you.
Good, good. Do you want to keep?
And he's back. Yeah, Michael is back. Yeah.
Okay, good. Good.
I don't know what just happened. I don't usually lose connection, but
I thought I got really boring and you just decided to leave. What's the next? Yeah. So in other words, we have about a quarter of what we need. We're still going. We still need more funding, but we're just going to keep building. And as that wonderful movie said, if you build it, they will come.
They will.
That's essentially, we just keep going, and we're always writing grants, as you said, NSF, NASA, private grants. I mean, probably every other week I'm writing a grant proposal. That's what you do in the university world. So far so good. We're doing okay.
And how big is your team?
Well, including all the volunteers.
It's a labor of love at this point. There's people there just literally rolling up their sleeves. So talk about your team.
It's principally myself and Trent Tresh. And Trent Tresh is just this fabulous individual who comes from Seattle, Washington. And he's in his mid-20s, but he has the experience of a lifetime. He's a balloon pilot. He's a submarine captain. He's a certified scuba rescue diver. He trained people in scuba in Australia. He did rock climbing, just outstanding individual, and he's not afraid of anything. So he and I together just tackle it every day. We were working up to 18 hours a day for 6 months straight, and that's not an exaggeration. We just go, 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 go. And we can sleep when we're dead. And then the volunteers came in, and our volunteers are just outstanding. In addition, the Biosphere 2 staff, there's two maintenance individuals, Tim and Terry, operations staff. They are so good at getting things done. We look at these monstrous tasks, and they're like, oh, we know how to do that. And they just show up the next day and do it for us. So I'd say overall, there's been over 45, 50 people involved. At various degrees, whether it's the accounting staff or the management staff or research staff, and then hands-on, we've had over 20 people involved in actually building the facility.
What would be? You have so many things going for you. It was a great list. The neutral buoyancy lab on its way. The sculpted crater. What's missing? What are you missing? What would be the ask of the ISU community?
Well, funding, of course, I can't pass that up. I mean, I feel confident that we're doing well, but of course, we always need more funding. I think from the ISU community, that's a good question. There's so much expertise to draw on. I would say bringing in really high quality teams and really high quality research. I mean, this is the kind of place that you can't shoot too high. Bring in your hardest, most difficult, challenging real world, research project that's something that's going to get us information that nobody else has. Give us outcome that nobody has right now, and let's do it. Let's figure out how to do it. If you want to bring in a fully robotic, automated plant watering system, let's do it. If you have a whole new way of scrubbing CO2, using something nobody's used before, maybe instead of zeolites or amines, you've come up with your own chemical compound, let's do it. Bring it in. If you've got a rover that you want to try on some of the most difficult terrain, let's make that terrain happen. We'll get a bulldozer, we'll sculpt it to your specifications, and we'll do it. We're really not afraid to try anything as long as nobody gets hurt, and as long as it's real world science and real world data outcomes, we're excited about it.
Terrific. How did you get here? I mean, this is an unusual project, right? So how did you become the person to rehab this kind of iconic site for future development?
Well, it's really just a series of events that you look back and it makes sense, but there's no way you could look forward. This is not something I was thinking about 5 years ago. Yeah. For those of you who might have been in my 2017 ISU class, if you remember, I arrived, in the very first, I arrived to ISU literally 3 weeks after I got my first round of funding from Arizona State University to build CMOC, to build this. And part of my ISU experience was I would stay late in some of the classrooms and grab whiteboards and grab blackboards, and I'd start sketching flow models for this Python model. I try to figure out what's the nutrient flow, what's the energy flow, how do we couple nutrients with energy, how do we simulate these complex nonlinear systems using relatively simple mathematical functions. That started right there at ISU. But prior to that, if we take a couple steps back, I think MDRS was very much influential in both positive and negative ways. There are parts of MDRS that were just an outstanding experience. I wanted to replicate that. There are parts of MDRS that were not so positive that I thought, hey, we can do better. Now, in fairness to MDRS, we were one of the last teams before they completely redesigned and rebuilt the facility. And I've talked to Shannon extensively about that. We were there in 2014, and 2015 is when Shannon came back and really started rebuilding everything. So those were challenging times, but we learned from that. And prior to that, I would say personally, if we look at the actual motivation, it goes back to the first comment, or on that slide where I had the earth and kind of my statement of becoming more self-aware really and being a better custodian. Personally, I'm driven towards this because I've had a number of experiences in my life where I was very isolated by choice. I lived on an isolated ranch in the Colorado Rockies for 6 weeks without seeing another human being, not a person. And I loved it. It was one of the hardest and most rewarding things I've ever done in my life. And I live in the middle of the Arizona wilderness now. I'm an hour from the nearest town. And so I find personally that those relatively small or isolated spaces are where I flourish, not because I'm antisocial, but because it gives me a chance to really breathe, to be just who I am in the context of that wilderness. Well, I am creating, in some respects, I'm motivated to create SAM, to create this habitat, because I believe that all of us can benefit from that kind of isolation, not the isolation we've experienced in COVID, but the kind of isolation where it's intentional and where you're in a space with just you. Maybe it's just you. Maybe you go on a solo mission. Maybe you go on a mission with two friends that are your best friends. Maybe you go with people you've never met. In the confines of a habitat, whether it's an analog habitat or the real thing, you're going to meet the hardest and the most beautiful parts of yourself. And when you put those two together, you will not walk away the same person. You'll walk away a different person every time. If you really get into it, if you don't make it just a game, if you don't just play it as a game, and if you're on your cell phone the whole time, forget it. But leave your cell phone behind. Don't get on the internet. If you choose, we're providing up to a 20-minute delay, which means no web browsing at all. No web browsing. Only email. You email someone, they do your web browsing for you, they give you a response. Try it the hard way, and you'll come back into this world a different person. So again, I'm all about space exploration, and I love the fact that our species is becoming interplanetary. But I think there's another more important factor, which is each one of us becoming more self-aware. And I don't mean that in the kind of the foofy new age sense, but in a very technological way. So I think that was my motivation. But again, it's not something like 10, 15 years ago. I didn't say, oh, I've got to build a Mars habitat. I think it's just one of those things where as an entrepreneur and as an independent researcher, I've worked with a number of universities, a number of different factors. Every time a door opens, I at least look inside. I at least look behind the door just to see what's there. And sometimes you shut the door. Sometimes you stick one foot in and you pull your foot back again. Like, no, that's not for me. Right. But often is the case that you walk through doors and you don't know what's on the other side. And you keep walking and you keep walking and you keep walking. And it's hard and it's uphill. But in the end, opportunities like this arise simply because you weren't afraid to open the door and see what happens.
You and I are going to be good friends, I think. Last question is, fast forward. It doesn't matter whether it's SpaceX or China, or I'm a big fan of the United Arab Emirates programs. Somebody is going to Mars, right? And it's not that far away. So let's put on your, pull out your crystal ball and tell me, when do you think that's going to happen? How's it going to work? And did they learn anything at SAM, or did SAM contribute to it?
It's a really good question. We ask ourselves that question every single day, which is why every choice we make, we try to make as science rigorous as possible. We try to make realistic choices about what we're doing at SAM. I don't know exactly what, but we do believe that parts of what we're doing at SAM will become parts of real space missions. Most likely it'll be in that system of the hybrid or the transition from mechanical to plant-based life support systems. We're working with SEAC, which is an advanced agricultural research center at University of Arizona. They were one of the first people in the world to do closed system plant physiology studies. They're designing and guiding our entire greenhouse function. So I do believe that we will walk away from SAM with a handful of technology plays, innovations, mostly experience that will directly translate to the off-world real thing. Now, in addition to that, CMOC, which I've only mentioned briefly in this presentation, CMOC is really gaining momentum, and there's a lot of interest, including one or two of the players you've just mentioned, those larger scale players. What we've developed in that model, in that model simulation, is highly applicable because it's a scalable nonlinear agent-based model, and we can program it. It's just one JSON file. We can program one file, and instantly we can represent any space facility you want. You design a habitat on the moon, we can represent it and model it within a half an hour.
Wow. All right. That is fascinating. We have to move on. I think you should put your contact information in the chat so that people that want to sign up for an analog site know who to talk to. Obviously, you're going to have a bias towards all ISU applicants, so that's why we're in this program in the first place.
It's the space mafia, right?
Space mafia, you got it. All right, we are going to sign off. I'm actually done for the day, so it's been a good long day for me, and I'm going to turn it over to, I don't even know who I'm turning it over to. I should probably look that up.
Yeah, that's me. Hi, Michael Suprabhaya.
Terrific.
Okay. Michael, if you could just stay for, say, another 5 minutes. And
Sure.
Thank you very much, Kai, for the session.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Kai. We'll talk again soon. Appreciate it. And for that, I'm going to sign off. I will stick around, so just let me know what you need. Bye, y'all.
Sure.
Thanks a lot. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Oh, as a reminder, this whole program has been underwritten by the Aerospace Corp. They are a terrific sponsor of ISU in general, and specifically a sponsor for this event. So happy to make a shout out to them. All right. Bye, y'all. Thank you.
The next session will be starting shortly, so please enjoy your short 5 minutes break. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Colombo will speak us today on measuring the sustainability of the space environment and advancing space debris mitigation. Will speak us today on measuring the sustainability. Camila is an expert on space debris, and she has been for many years working on the topic. She's at present at Politecnico di Milano, where she's an associate professor in orbital mechanics and principal investigator at the COMPASS project. Mr. Camila Colombo gained a master's degree in aerospace engineering from Politecnico di Milano in 2005 and PhD in aerospace engineering from University of Glasgow in 2010, with a PhD on optimal trajectory design for interception and deflection of near-Earth objects. This was funded by the EPSRC on optimal interception and deviation of potentially hazardous near-Earth objects. So with no further comments, we will give her the floor for a keynote speech that is going to be passionate. Thank you very much. Camila, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure for me being here. Let me share my screen. I think you see it, right? So in this presentation, I will talk about different aspects for dealing with space debris, and in particular, I will focus on two aspects. First, advances in space debris mitigation, so techniques for mainly passive space debris mitigation, and then instead how to measure the sustainability of the space environment. So I've been already introduced, but just to highlight that in my career in Italy and in UK, first I kind of merged in research three different main topics: asteroid, transfer trajectories, and space debris. And in particular, the work that I will present today is funded through two ESA projects. Two projects. The first one is a European Research Council funded project, a starting grant, which is COMPASS, Control for Orbit Maneuvering Through Perturbation for Application Through Space System. And the second one, I will mention it later, is an ESA funded project from the European Space Agency on measuring the capacity of the space environment and the index of space debris. And I will try to throw in also some, let's say, impression, experience taken from my participation to the Interagency Debris Coordination Committee as an ASI delegate. And yeah, before starting, I would like to acknowledge already my team, because a lot of this research has been done with them. So if we think about space is now fundamental for all our space activities, for all our activities in space, but also on ground, because many services, like the one that I'm showing in this image, are guaranteed by spacecraft and by asset in space. So monitoring of the Earth condition, weather forecast, analysis on climate change, space weather, telecommunication, navigation and positioning. And so our life now is really dependent on space. If we think about all the objects that are in space now, we can actually monitor them, and we know that each one of them is there for one specific aspect. But now if we try to map all these objects, so all the objects in space, and we try to map them with actually the service that they offer to the humankind. So imagine to take each one of these satellites in geo orbit or in LEO orbit and so on. And for each one of them to consider which location they cover and which service they offer to the humankind through their payload. And we simplify that very much, like what we see in this map. We can let's say try to map how useful they are in different services, like monitoring of the vegetation, or ice caps, or water analysis, or ocean monitoring, navigation, tracking, radar. And if now we try little by little to make our life without them, so to organize our life without them, this would be the image and therefore the knowledge that we would have of our Earth planisphere. So from a complete knowledge of our planet, we would have to try now in 2021 to live actually with very little knowledge coming from space. This is mainly to convince you, even if I know that you're already convinced, the fact that space is not anymore only for science, for development of technology, but is really fundamental for life. And we can actually try to assess this by taking each one of these mission, by mapping each one of these mission into the Earth, mapping the service that they offer, and in trying to then quantitatively quantify the benefit, the social benefit that they provide to the humankind. And therefore, we can think about different indexes, for example, the coverage index, or the visual payload index, and so on, and try to really map each one of these missions as a function of how much social benefit they give to the humankind. And this is an example applied, for example, to Sentinel-5 mission, where we divided the different services that are supported by this ESA mission in terms of, for example, agriculture, limnology, ocean study, in 4 indexes, which is the spectral index, the coverage index, and so on, that are really measuring how much the mission is supporting social development. And the stress on this is that this is a quantitative analysis, therefore trying really to quantify the effect that different mission brings to us. But on the other side, while satellites are very important for our life, we know that many satellites are now creating a threat due to the fact that in space situational awareness, we look instead at different threats associated to, for example, asteroid, space weather. But in here, I will mainly focus on space debris. Yes, because if you think about the 6,000 of objects since the beginning of of the space age, these launches have launched in orbit around 10,000 satellites, of which 10,000 satellites, around 6,000 are the satellites still in orbit, but only 4,000 satellites are still functioning. This is a video that is showing. We made it in our group in the Compass project in occasion of the anniversary of the Apollo mission. So this would be the situation that the Apollo satellite spacecraft would pass if the mission was launched in 2019, so 50 years later. Before entering into the interplanetary path towards the moon, the satellite would have to pass this ring, this artificial ring of space debris and space object, because many planets have their own natural ring of dust and rocks. Around the Earth, we have built our artificial ring of satellite, but not only operational satellite, also space debris. Space debris, as you know, are cataloged. So there are around 28,000 of objects that are regularly monitored from a space surveillance network. However, these are only the objects with dimension larger than 1 to 10 centimeters, depending on whether they are in low Earth orbit or in geostationary orbit. But if we look for a statistical estimate using statistical model of the number of objects in orbit, we would have 34,000 objects in larger than 10 centimeters, 900,000 objects that are in between 1 centimeter and 10 centimeters. And if we look at a smaller size object like the dimension of a tip of a pen, there would be around 128 million of objects. And some of you might think, why we care about such a little object? And the problem is that if we think about space as an ecosystem, we can actually see that space the space ecosystem has got many analogies with all the other ecosystems that we have in our on the Earth. And for example, personally see a lot of analogies between the problem of space debris and, for example, the problem of plastic in the ocean or spills in the ocean. They are both a very large ecosystem that are little by little filling up. And if we want to actually find a demonstration of that, we can actually plot the so-called Earth system trend, the environmental stressor that shows, for example, the evolution in the years of carbon dioxide, tropical forest loss, ocean acidification, or the terrestrial biosphere degradation. And you can see that they all have an evolution which is an exponential evolution. And if we look at the evolution of the number of space debris, these are the catalog space objects in orbit from the DISCOS database, we see that the space debris growth, so the orbital environmental trend, has the same behavior. So it means that as in all the other environmental problems, we have to act, and we have to act now. So let's first of all see at what are the challenges associated with space debris. In this hour, I cannot cover all of them, but I will try to cover as many as possible, mainly from the modeling point of view, because this is my field of expertise and the work of my group. So first of all, fragments can collide at very high speed, around 10 kilometers per second, with other operational satellite and damage operational satellite. And if you think that this number is not enough, if you transform it in kilometers per hour, it would be around 37,000 kilometers per hour. So you can imagine how an impact at this speed would affect your car if you're driving. So how to model such a large number of objects? Because we said that there are also small debris, and even small debris are affecting and damaging operational satellite. So what we do in our team is to develop, actually, as I said before, a statistical model for the evolution of space debris to account also for the small fragments. And rather than following each one of them as in a deterministic model, so propagating each object as a single trajectory, what we do is to model the density of space debris object in space and in time through a continuum approach. So we treat the space debris like if they are a fluid, a continuum fluid, and we study how the spatial density of this continuous fluid is evolving in orbit and over time, in a way that we can actually identify the region where the density is higher, and therefore the region where the collision probability is higher, where it's more risky to launch a mission. And we use this actually to calculate the collision risk, but also to rate the the collision risk associated to each mission, and to measure the capacity of each one of these missions. I'm trying to remove this, so a part of modeling, the other problem is once you have a fragmentation. So once some objects are one object are found, once new fragmentation are created, how to monitor them. So how to detect the characteristic of such fragmentation. So what we do is to develop a tool for reverse engineering of fragmentations, in particular by considering fragments which have been monitored from ground and backward to understand where this object come from, what is the original satellite and the original orbit then that gave rise to them, in order to identify the parent object and the characteristics of the fragmentation, for example, the energy and the masses involved. And this is done within the puzzle suite that was developed in a project funded by the Italian Space Agency, where we start from a number of TLEs from the catalog, the one associated to unknown object. Then we applied some pre-filtering associated to the orbit characteristics of the object to remove the fragments which are completely unrelated to the possible fragmentation in space. Then we search for intersection between this object 10 days in the past, if we want to do this analysis right after the fragmentation, to identify the epoch of the fragmentation and the two families. As you can see here, for example, this was applied to the Iridium-Cosmos collision to detect very precisely what was the epoch of the fragmentation and to be able to model the fragments, for example, with this Gabbard diagram that represent the period and the altitude of each one of the object, in this case, two satellites, object derived from two satellites associated to this fragmentation. But once we are able to model, to catalog the fragment and the space debris associated to a fragmentation, how then to avoid collision, so how to limit future collision in the future. So another challenge is how to design a collision avoidance maneuver. In this figure, I put an example of a satellite by the European Space Agency, Sentinel-1, that, as you know, a few years ago was hit by a little debris, and because this satellite had as a camera on board, we were able to see how the solar panel was affected and how the power of the system was affected by the collision with the space debris. So what we do is in our group in this COMPASS project is to model the effect of a collision and to calculate the optimal collision maneuver, the optimal collision avoidance maneuver in time. And the way we do it is represented graphically in this plot, where we can model as a function of time how the covariance associated to the event increases. The covariance is associated to the uncertainty in the position of the debris and the object, because we need to model and to decide the collision avoidance maneuver very well in advance. Before the collision. So the earlier we act, the more uncertainty we have on how will evolve the covariance in the future. And for each amount of time, at each time step well before the collision, we can calculate the optimal maneuver. How to calculate the optimal maneuver? There are two possible ways. So depending on the anticipation time of the maneuver, we can calculate an optimal maneuver that maximizes the collision probability, or that maximizing the missed distance. The missed distance is the geometrical distance between the two objects in space, while the collision probability is another way to optimize the maneuver, because we can choose the maneuver, the one that doesn't maximize the missed distance, but that minimizes the probability of actually being hit by the space debris. And we can see that as a function of time, these two strategies for maneuvering, they produce different results. They have a different missed distance and a different collision probability. In some positions, they give the same results, but you can appreciate well how the effect of these two maneuvers changes, in the sense that as the time before the collision increases, the maneuver, which is this point here at the end of the line, moves us as much far away as possible from the zero, which represents the collision in the B-plane, but you can see that the two strategies of maneuver are behaving in a different way, in the sense that they are going both as far as possible from the covariance, but from time to time, the blue line, which is the minimum collision probability maneuver, is jumping left and right of the covariance matrix, because it's trying to move away from the principal direction in which the covariance matrix will increase. And if we are able to design and to implement collision avoidance maneuver, actually we are working also in applying artificial intelligence to them, this is not enough to promote the sustainable use of outer space. So a part of avoiding collision is also important to perform end-of-life disposal maneuver, and also to make them more economically viable. And I put here an example of another ESA mission, that is Integral, that was launched many years ago. Is a mission for astronomy, and this video shows actually how the orbit of the satellite evolves naturally under the effect of lunisolar perturbation. So the gravitational pull, a part of the one of the Earth, which is the central one, but also the gravitational pull of third bodies, so the Moon and the Sun in this case. And this exactly this natural effect, the one that we exploited for designing in an ESA-funded project the end of life of the Integral mission, that is a very large and massive satellite. So what it can be done is to study in time the nominal trajectory of Integral, which is represented from this blue line, and to detect, to foresee the natural orbit evolution in the future. And you can see that the satellite around 2028-29 will naturally decrease its perigee altitude and will pass not within the atmosphere, but at least closer to the atmosphere, around an altitude of 2,000 kilometers. And the way we used to find an optimal end-of-life disposal was to characterize and optimize a maneuver that it was given in 2015 now, in order to not really to make the satellite re-enter, because it's very difficult to re-enter a massive satellite with little delta V, the one left on board from 8,000 kilometer altitude of perigee. But the solution was to change the orbit in this point, actually to make the orbit more and more circular, which is kind of counterintuitive, so that afterwards the Moon will do the rest. So after this maneuver in 2015, the pull of the Moon and the Sun have changed and will change the evolution of the orbital elements. So the satellite will now surf under the natural effect of orbit perturbation, and this will cause the re-entry in 2029. So what we have done is like enhancing some vibration, orbital vibration that are already present, in a way that you need for sure to use a maneuver, but you can use a maneuver in the best way possible, waiting for longer for re-entry, but doing it with the amount of delta V that you have left on board, because this satellite didn't have enough delta V to directly re-enter into the atmosphere. And then when we are able to design end-of-life maneuver, we need also to perform accurate re-entry prediction. More and more we are hearing about re-entry event in space, and also especially to detect where all the fragment after the disposal and the destruction of the satellite with the atmosphere land on surface. When we think about re-entry prediction, they are affected by uncertainties on initial condition, on ballistic coefficient, on atmospheric modeling, on the attitude of the satellite, on aerothermodynamics. And also in this case, the way we model re-entry in our group is to consider the uncertainty at the interface with the atmosphere, so around 120 kilometer altitude, the uncertainties in position, in ballistic coefficient, and so on, and to propagate up to the ground with a continuum approach or with advanced, let's say, uncertainty propagation technique, how the initial condition, the initial set of initial condition propagates in time, up to calculating the intersection of this set of points with the surface. And this is used to calculate the casualty risk on ground, and therefore it can also be used to optimize where possible, the re-entry conditions, so the condition at the boundary of the atmosphere, in order, for example, to minimize the casualty risk on ground. If we think a bit larger, actually, we can think that re-entry prediction and space debris mitigation is not really only to be done around the Earth, even if there are more satellites around the Earth. But when you start to think in a sustainable way, we should also promote sustainability in the outer space activities, so in interplanetary trajectories, in heliocentric orbit. And this is actually already done. In fact, both the European Space Agency and NASA, for example, they have a set of planetary protection requirements that they have to verify every time they launch a mission in the interplanetary space. And this plot represents one of the studies that we have done together with the European Space Agency on the development of a software for planetary protection requirement. The way planetary protection works is that if we have the initial condition, for example, when the satellite is injected into the heliocentric trajectory, we have as well an uncertainty, because this is the uncertainty given by the launcher injection. Or we can have a failure in the satellite, in the propulsion system. And due to all these uncertainties, we need to propagate the trajectory for up to 100 years at least. And since the system dynamics is very chaotic, especially in presence of flyby, what we can do is to calculate the resonances that each of this trajectory have with planet. In this example, you see the one flyby, and you see how all the initial condition pass through this flyby. Some of the initial condition, the gray one, will just maybe have a close approach, but this close approach will not cause anything in the future. But other initial condition, the one that that falls into this circle that we are first developed through the EPIC theory and by Valsecchi et al. If you fall within this band, it means that your trajectory is resonant. So it means that your trajectory will come back to that planet after a certain amount of time. So it might have an impact with that planet in the future. And what we do with this kind of tools is to calculate the collision probability of emission with all the planets that this mission will encounter, and to verify that the probability of impacting with this planet or to be resonant with this planet is well below a given threshold given by the planetary protection requirement reports with a certain confidence level, because every time we speak about some statistical phenomenon, we cannot just perform a Monte Carlo run, but we have to explain how confident we are of the result of this run. So you speak always about collision probability with a certain confidence level, in a way that if a mission passes this analysis, then it can be launched. And now that you have seen some ways of mitigating space debris, not all, because due to time I didn't cover active space debris removal, we can now look forward to the new frontiers of space activities, because as you know, there are more and more actors in space activities. We are hearing about a lot of large constellations being launched, new kind of space mission to be proposed. So how to harmonize the boom in space activities with the future sustainability in space, and how to measure the capacity of the space environment. If we go back to the beginning of the slide, I remind you that we were comparing Earth system trends with actually the orbital environmental trend. And there are several projects that are dealing with the definition of the life cycle of the mission in order to develop the mission itself, considering all the phases of the mission, from the resources to the manufacturing to the transportation and launch to the operational phase up to the end of life. And this is, for example, one of the topics that is dealt with at the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, where in the working group number 2, we are discussing possible ways of defining a space debris index in order to quantify the effect that emission has on the environment or the capacity of the overall environment. And just to give you an idea on how this has to be done, this is done. Actually, there are several projects and several works related to this topic by several institutions in Europe and outside. I will just present one of the projects that we are involved in. Of course, as I said, is one example of how to rate the impact of a space mission, because I have to say that is a research topic very populated in the past few years. So you will find a lot of references on that. And this project is an ESA funded project funded by the Space Debris Office at the European Space Agency to develop a software that produces a single score which represent the capacity of the space environment and the effect that each mission has on the space environment. At the beginning of the talk, we were talking about how to measure the social economical benefit. Now we measure the debris effect. So this project is developed, as I said, funded by ESA, and in a consortium composed of Politecnico di Milano and Demos UK. And I would like to give credits to the people in the group and also to one of our collaborators, Stefan Frey from Biome. And these are the team working on it from the Demos side. So in this project, we are formulating space debris and the capacity of space debris by using a continuum approach that I already shown you before. In order to sample the distribution of fragments in space and to propagate this distribution after a fragmentation well later in time in order to estimate the spatial density and the impact rate. So as an example, in here you find how a fragmentation evolves in time, represented in the space of orbital elements. And we can follow this fragmentation with this kind of continuum method that I showed you before. We can then propagate this density and calculate the collision risk by using a different set of Monte Carlo based or binning based approaches, because we have some characteristics and we need to use this characteristic to model the overall domain, because otherwise we would run out of memory and out of time. This can be done by exploiting the NASA breakup model, which gives the distribution of elements, the fragment after a fragmentation in space, and then to propagate all the object forward in time. We need to use some binning procedure, because we can have a fragmentation anywhere in orbit. And in here an example of the result associated, for example, with a test explosion of an Ariane upper stage. We can detect and we can model the evolution of fragments at the initial density distribution, after 270 days for the fragmentation, and later on after 540 days after the fragmentation. And then what we can do is to propagate the orbit of each one of these fragments, to propagate the orbit of each one of the satellites in orbit, and to calculate the collision risk that each satellite has due to all these possible triggered fragmentation in space, to then formulate a space debris index and the capacity formulation. How do we do that? We follow a method developed by Letizia et al. That uses an index formulation overview. This index that calculates the probability of collision in space plus the effect of this collision, and the probability of explosion in space times the effect of this explosion. This index can then be integrated in time in order to find the index over time of emission, considering the operational phase or the disposal phase, even considering the reliability of such a post-mission disposal. Once we have this index estimation, then we can link all these blocks together with all the ESA existing tools, for example, Discos, Drama, Master, Delta, for the interface with the total debris population, with all the objects in space, propagating the long-term simulation, or detecting active debris, detecting collision avoidance maneuver. And just an example, we can, from Discos, we can gather the history of fragmentation, so we can calculate the probability that in orbit fragmentation takes place. We can do that using some estimator, for example, the Kaplan-Meier estimator for calculating the probability of survival of emission in the years. And this is represented from this graph that shows as a year after launch what is the survival rate of a payload or a rocket body. We can then calculate the effect of a collision over a set of representative objects that are taken, for example, from Discos and from Master to calculate the effect of a collision on the overall space debris population in a way to rate and to assess how much is the index on any single orbit at any time in space. And these are just, what I've given here are just some examples of how to calculate and model mitigation action on space debris, and how, on the other side, to how to measure the capacity of space debris. I would like to conclude on these slides that actually represent for our group, let's say, the putting everything together. So a mission, a pre-mission proposal, which is the eCubeSat mission proposal, that is a mission that aims at testing all this software tool in orbit. So, for example, testing collision avoidance maneuver automatically in orbit for future space traffic management, detecting the small debris fragments to validate this statistical model, and then testing and sensing the re-entry of a satellite for space debris remediation. And we hope that this mission is going to be launched in the next few years. With this, I thank you for your attention. Actually, I thank my group, and I also acknowledge the two main funding that were supported this research. As I said, the COMPASS project by the European Commission, European Research Council, and the ESA project associated to the contract reported in this slide from the Space Debris Office. With this, I stop.
Thank you so much, Dr. Colombo, Camila. It was really a fascinating, very complete, exhaustive presentation, and we are really thankful for this. With this, I will ask just to ask if you can have still some minutes of your time. A question, you cover very well the topic in a strategic and also in a very applied way. But at ISU, one of the important things in our community is international cooperation. So we can see that this topic is not just something local of a country. You are a member of the Interagency for Space Debris in one of the working groups, sorry. There are several forums that they are trying to work on these topics. Can you explain us a little bit on how this cooperation do you think is going, and how maybe the efforts on trying to coordinate better this topic could be, what direction they should take in order to have a better coordination? Thank you.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question, because actually is very interesting. I have to say that being a technical person into this committee is also very interesting to see how maybe sometimes from the technical aspect you can find a solution, and you think that you're sure of finding a solution, but then bringing that technical solution into policy is very challenging, because there are other aspects that probably our scientists do not consider. So I am convinced that in space, international cooperation is fundamental. So since actually with all these models, techniques, in reality, I take just the example of the last project I showed, the measuring of the space debris index. It has a lot of consequences into the regulatory aspect, because in the future you might use some kind of these indexes for regulating space, for licensing satellite, for determining whether emission is let's say satisfying space debris mitigation requirement. And this is the reason why, for example, at the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee, we are working on that. We are working together with all the space agencies. So all the space agencies in any country are actually collaborating to this discussion, and this is the reason why there are a lot of discussion going on this topic at the moment. And of course, as I would say, as every international discussion, there are also different interests that are meeting at this table. So I have to say that the international coordination of that is very challenging. So I think it's going maybe slower as it could go, but yeah, I think that's the only, you need to pass through that process if you want to have if you want to have an agreement by all the space agencies, and therefore whenever you have an agreement by all the space agency, you can really enforce this kind of procedures or regulation worldwide. So I think that on one direction, I think that each country, each agency, each government is responsible of at least translating the space debris mitigation guideline into national law, because some countries have already done it. In some countries, to launch, you need to pass some checks. But on the other side, it is always very important to have a common way forward, so to have agreement on all these aspects. And I think that things are moving. Personally, I would like them to move faster, but I see that everyone is putting effort, and no exception.
Thank you so much for this detailed explanation. The other two topics that ISU is very keen on, it's interdisciplinary and intercultural, but these we will maybe leave it for the floor for the public. So if you do have any questions in the public, can we see and Poliv, what are the questions, please?
Priyanka, are you there?
Yes, I'm sharing.
Thank you so much. So what are your thoughts on using on-orbit servicing spacecraft to prolong the operational life of satellites? Yeah, so these more on-orbit services.
Yeah. So unfortunately, I couldn't touch that topic due to the time, but I think that this is the other very big part of research and the project associated to space debris. There are a lot of projects we are involved, for example, in one on active debris removal on one side and on orbit servicing on another side. I think that on orbit servicing together with active debris removal are the two solutions on the active part. So we cannot really remove and mitigate space debris only getting better in the future. That is what I show you in this presentation, but we need also to act to solve what is already there. And I think that orbit servicing is a solution, because for some assets like in geostationary or in low Earth orbit, for some constellation, on orbit servicing will actually allow to prolong missions. But I think that more interestingly, the technologies that you need to develop for on-orbit servicing are similar to the technologies that you need to develop for active debris removal. They have different challenges, but we need to develop those technologies because they are useful for both aims.
Thank you so much. Next question, please. Okay, thank you for very nice overview. JPL Kneos Polshodas tell me that every day 100 million tons of 1,000 tons of natural debris impact the Earth. Do we take that into account in debris hazard modeling? Also, what are the implications of crowding on low Earth orbit and mid-Earth orbit with set constellations?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so in the statistical debris model, we take into account both artificial satellite and debris and natural debris impact, because from the orbital dynamics point of view, they act very similarly. A part of that natural debris, they don't have maneuvers, so they are taken into account. I have to say that while, for example, in the interplanetary mission, we work a lot with, for example, asteroid deflection, planetary protection around the Earth, I think that the number of artificial space debris is larger, but anyway, they are all taken into account. And the implication of crowding in LEO and MEO is, as I said, the increase number of collisions, so they increase the need of active satellite to perform collision avoidance avoidance maneuver. This is why in the future you will have to do it autonomously, because otherwise you will pay a lot of operational cost to do it, let's say, by an operator. Also, in order in the future to perform space traffic management, like we perform air traffic management. In the future, there will be, I think, space traffic management. So you will be given where to go, how to move, in a way to coordinate not only from each operator point of view, but globally. And finally, the last direction is for sure the need for shielding and for kind of protection, because if a small satellite impact you, maybe you just have a drop in your power, like Sentinel-1, but then if you have a larger satellite, you lose your mission.
And the multi-body propagation of the debris field over time is concerning. Does it mean that there are artificial debris created by us further than out of geostationary orbit and multi-orbits?
Unfortunately, I have to say yes. So the number of artificial debris, they are up to geo, but due to the dynamics, they go also beyond the geostationary orbit. Just as an example, fragments from GTO, or from Molniya orbit or from geostationary orbit, due to the effect of solar radiation pressure, they becomes very elliptical. So they go beyond the geostationary orbit. There is an elliptical ring of fragments which are coming from little fragment detached from geostationary orbit. Plus, we have satellite in libration point orbit, satellite in highly elliptical orbit, satellite in the heliocentric trajectories. So satellites at the end of life, they become space debris if the end of life of them is not calculated since the beginning of the mission. So I think that some agencies, so for example, the one I work with, they are concerned about that. So they design end of life disposal, but still you are creating a number, few, because there are not too many, but a number of objects that are still in orbit and they stay in orbit.
Thank you so much. And last question, we don't want to...
Thank you.
So I think that there are no more questions. With this, I will not take much more time to conclude. We'd really like to thank you, Dr. Colombo, for your presentation, especially today that you're traveling and you have other obligations. And we are really delighted because it was exhaustive, it was accurate, it was really deep, and you were treating the topic in its full extent. And we'd like to welcome you maybe any other time here at ISU on the Alumni Association. Sorry, we have a question, Sami?
Yes, sure.
Sami, you have a question?
Just to thank you very much.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. And with this, we wish you a safe journey today. Because
thank you.
And for the rest of the audience, thank you for being here. And now we invite you to go to WonderMe, where you can have meetings and you can meet other alumni and you can have other discussions. And we'll resume the conference again in 2 hours. Thank you so much.